Okay, Jacqueline.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Health and Climate Crisis Conference, Integrative Approaches for Individuals and Communities. My name is Jacqueline Burrell, a soon-to-be doctor of naturopathic medicine, and I'm graduating in June from Bastyr University in San Diego. I will be your MC for the day, and it is truly my privilege and pleasure on behalf of the organizers and sponsors to welcome you here today. There's a closed captioning feature that you will have to turn on yourselves if you would like, and it's located on the bottom bar of Zoom near participants, chat, and reactions. I chose to go into medicine as a way to learn about and teach the healing power of nature to my future patients. And now we're at a pivotal moment in the climate crisis as we see the multitude of health consequences and their disproportionate effect on marginalized communities. Prepare yourselves to learn, be excited, and get inspired about integrative health approaches and a variety of advocacy efforts that support the well-being of individuals, communities, and our environment. It is so wonderful to see so many of you here today. And again, I would like to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you. Next, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Lev Elson-Schwab, who will be giving a land acknowledgement, followed by Larry Campbell, a Swinomish tribal leader, and spoken gratitude by Dr. Kathleen Lumiere.
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the Health and the Climate Crisis Conference. We had a really fantastic group collaborating to put this conference together. My name is Lev Elson-Schwab, and my grandparents came to what is now known as the United States when fleeing religious persecution. I'm really humbled to be a co-organizer of the meeting, to serve as the chair of the Bastyr University Faculty Senate, and to have been asked to share the land acknowledgement on behalf of Bastyr University. This conference is a collaboration between North Sound Accountable Community of Health and Bastyr University, and we acknowledge that our meeting today is hosted on the traditional lands of the Coast Salish people, whose spiritual connection to the land forms the foundation of their way of being. Let us consider how we make space for their voices to be heard and how we can humbly build relationships with these knowledge keepers. Please join me in a moment of reflection as we consider the complete history of Indigenous peoples whose deep connection to the land can teach us so much about the intersections of climate and health. Thank you. We appreciate the time that you spent in reflection, and unfortunately, Larry Campbell isn't able to be here with us today. But I can give back to Jackie. Thank you so much, everyone. So happy to be here, and welcome again to the conference.
I'd like to go ahead with my thanks. Yeah, and thank you, Nika, for that. So thank you, Jacqueline and Lev, for those opening, welcoming words, and Lev, especially the land acknowledgement. It grounds us in our coming together to learn about and improve health during the climate crisis, which is the largest intersectional problem of our time. This conference partnership of the North Sound Accountable Community of Health and the Communities of Color Coalition with Bastyr University has been an example of the effectiveness of such an intersectional approach. We at Bastyr hope to continue to foster these relationships in the future with reciprocity, attentiveness, appreciation, and action. Thanks also for the trust and generosity of our other sponsors, namely the Naturopathic Alliance and the Washington Association of Naturopathic Physicians, as well as many private donors. All financial contributors have made it possible to provide speaker honorariums and make the conference freely available. So many people's good work has gone into this event. Liz Baxter at North Sound offered material support and the organizational expertise of Tiffany Edlin, Nicole Willis, and here today, Nika Osteen. Jackie Julian, the director of C3, shared wisdom as well as funding, and Ben Young was a stalwart presence, ready with insight and kind humor. From Bastyr, Lev Elson-Schwab believed in this vision from the onset. I could not have wished for a better champion of the idea to create a program about the health effects of climate change. June Kloback suggested that we host a conference before offering classes, and here we are. Also, she and Ann Kennedy built our Canvas site. Krista June pitched in massively as part of her own studies on the subject of health and climate. Mary Purdy reached out across her broad network to share the event and attended countless meetings, sustaining keen attention to detail throughout. Daniel Van Arsdale, invited to the organizational team at the recommendation of DEI leader Quartet Mensa, shaped the endeavor in ways too numerous to mention, but that can be summed up in one word: community. Daniel brought in Brian Carroll and Logan Roast and Logan introduced us to the gracious tribal educator, JJ McMines. Brian has proved invaluable in outreach, funding, and suggesting our wonderful MC, Jacqueline Burrell. Bastyr Provost David Rule gave much needed and appreciated institutional support, as did VP Jeannie Galloway and staff Rose Walker and Lee McBride. From the network of climate activists in Seattle, Megan Slade and Heather Price brainstormed, made introductions, and helped make this event happen. Thank you, key conference organizers. Abundant thanks to our widely diverse, brilliant, passionate, and deeply knowledgeable speakers and panelists. You enlighten as you go, and you lead the way. Thanks to each of you participants in the conference. This is from you and for you, and I cannot wait to see what you do with this information and these connections. And last, but really first, gratitude is to the earth, the water, the sky, and every species, beloved home and family to us all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys so much for your introductions. For our first speaker today, we are very delighted to introduce to you Senator Mona Das, State Senator for the 47th Legislative District, representing Kent, Covington, Auburn, and a small part of Benton. Senator Mona Das talks about public initiatives and provides a legislative perspective on the most intersectional issue of our time.
Hi, everybody. So great to be here with you all. I'm honored to be here, and I'm on vacation, so hence the vacation clothes. But I just wanted to say, you know, I have been a fan of naturopathy. You know, I've been doing, you know, I've been in 5 car accidents and healed very naturally, acupuncture, chiro, massage. And I very much believe in what you do. And when I moved to Seattle, of course, every practitioner went to Bastyr. So it is a great honor to be here with all of you and to speak about something that I'm deeply passionate about. So I'll just tell you a little bit of my story. I have been, I was born in India. My family came to America with $6. And I've lived in 8 states and 3 countries. So I've traveled around a lot and I learned something from everywhere I live. And I have been, you know, I grew up in rural Pennsylvania and Arizona, I mean, just Kentucky, you know, places that aren't like the beacon of progressiveness, right? And then I moved to the Pacific Northwest, Portland for 17 years, and I've lived in now Washington for, I think, 8 or something like that. And so it's, you know, it's so wonderful to be around like-minded people. However, we all know the rest of the country is, you know, follows our lead. And so one of the things I love about being a legislator in Washington State is that we lead the way. And our policy that we pass in Washington is often adopted, you know, by the rest of the country eventually. And so I'm so proud to be on the cutting edge and introduce cutting edge legislation. So Today, I want to talk to you about a few things. I want to talk to you about why it's important to have people that look like me as legislators. Because if you close your eyes and you think about a politician, I'm going to guess that politician is not look like me. And what I want to just share in my joy is that we, in 2021, have the most diverse legislature in the history of Washington State. And what I'm going to talk about today is why that matters to healthcare policy and why that matters to climate change policy and climate policy. So my story is that, you know, I'm very classically Indian. Half my family are doctors, the other half are engineers. And so when I had this crazy dream, which I had in the shower, I don't know about y'all, but I have to do the best thinking in the shower. And I said, my brother, who I'm visiting now actually, which is kind of funny. I got out of the shower and I said, I'm going to be a senator. And this was like 15 years ago. And we laughed. We laughed hard because it was absurd. And it was one of those ideas that I had that I put on a shelf. You know, those ideas you have, right? Sometimes you dust them off. Probably it's going to Bastyr maybe to do this, you know, naturopathy school, you know, and then you dust it off and then you, no, still not ready, put it back. And that was an idea that I had that I kept putting on the shelf and kept taking it off. And one day I was walking with my dog, who actually had more energy than me. He doesn't like to stop. And he was pulling. And I stopped because I literally saw a sign, literally, figuratively, spiritually, emotionally. The gods put this sign in front of me. And it said, Pramila Jayapal for State Senate. Now, you don't know this if you're not Indian, but if you look at that name, you know it's an Indian. You also know it's an Indian woman. And I stood in front of that sign for 5 minutes and cried my eyes out. Because you see, it was the first time I could see who I wanted to be. Senator Pramila Jayapal, right? And this is why I speak at every event I get asked to speak at, and especially for youth. I'm really, really very much interested in making sure youth see representation. And I truly believe representation matters. And if I hadn't seen that sign, I don't know that I would have thought my dream was reality. Does that make sense? And so, you know, I want to just appreciate this organization for the diversity you've already included by having a woman of color MC, by doing a land acknowledgement, and by saying gracious and inclusive welcome. I wrote that down. I'm going to steal that one. I'm going to use that one. I loved it. So this is you, Bastyr, are on the cutting edge. You are already leading by example. You are showing that women and women of color should lead the way. And I'm going to say something maybe controversial, but probably not with this crowd. White men have been in charge for a long time, and we are where we are. So it is time to step aside. You let us lead the way. You let the women lead the way. You let the women of color lead the way. And I'm going to just ask you to listen. Don't just ask us our opinion and then say, somebody asked me my opinion and says, oh, I can't do that. Well, then don't ask me. You know what I mean? It's like, it was another senator asked me for my opinion, said, I can't do that. I was like, I will never spend an hour and a half talking to him about racial equity again. I don't have time to be his teacher. Go read a book. You know what I mean? So if you ask a woman of color or a person of color for their opinion, please listen. We actually know what we're talking about. Okay, so that's the motivation lecture for the day. I want to talk about the changing legislature. If you want to talk about, and for those of you who are paying attention to the, 59.2 billion with the B budget we passed this year, It is because we elected the most diverse people. It is because our legislature is not rich, old white men. It is because our legislature is people with lived experience. I am a survivor. I went through a foreclosure. I am an immigrant. I've been poor. I've been wealthy. I have lost everything. You know, when you got somebody with that kind of background, you get different results, right? And we elected a brilliant woman, first black senator in the Senate for 10 years. We had no black people in the Senate. It's a travesty. Senator Tawana Nobles is just incredible. She's incredible. And she speaks truth to power. And when you're in power, it's still hard to speak truth to power, if you understand what I'm saying. So I want to just encourage anyone to look for opportunities to support women of color in their leadership. It is hard ass work to be a woman of color in leadership. It is exhausting. I am exhausted. Every day I am exhausted. And every day I get up because I worked my tail off to be a senator, and I'm not going to waste my shot. You know, to quote Hamilton, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to use my power for good. And again, this is why I speak at any event I get asked to do that I have time for, even on vacation. So thank you for having me. The changing legislature is important. Not only did we not only did Tawana come to us, also 4 new Black women were elected. Also 1 new Black man, David Hackney. The women, I'll just tell you so you can look them up and follow them and support them in whatever way that looks like for you. April Berg, Representative Berg, Representative Kirsten Harris Talley down in Seattle. April's up in Everett. Jamila Taylor, who's now the chair of the Black Caucus. We have a Black Caucus because we have 9 Black people in the Senate and in the House. Incredible. Jamila Taylor's down in Federal Way. And oh my gosh, wait, there's another one. It'll come to me. Well, we've got Deborah Entenman, who's my seatmate, and then Melanie Morgan, the 47th, and Melanie Morgan is down in Tacoma. And then there's, okay, I think that's it. Okay, so these are there's also Representative John Lovick, who's actually Speaker Pro Tem. So he's in a really high leadership position. So I'm telling you this because it's incredible, okay? Before I got to the legislature, there were 2 women of color. And the year before that, there was 1 in the Senate. And now there's 5. So if you want to know why we spent $59.2 billion, it's because we, the people of color, demanded that we put money, investments into the communities of color, poor people, women. We did not put money where it usually goes. Tax breaks for corporations and the wealthy. We passed the capital gains tax. And I told Tawana, if you ever look up a bill and there's 25 votes, that's the majority, right? There's 49 senators. We need 25 votes to pass the bill. If you look through the legislation from this past year, every time there's 25 votes, making sure Tawana Nobles was a senator is the reason that bill passed. That capital gains would not have passed without Senator Nobles. Climate Commitment Act would not have passed without all of the Black folks that we elected. There's so many examples. A few of the bills I wanted to talk to y'all about, which I think you all would care about. Climate Commitment Act is cap and trade or cap and invest. They do it in California, they do it in BC, they do it in Oregon, and now finally Governor Inslee can run around the country and tell everyone, we got the full blue wall ready to go. So it's really exciting. Cap and trade means that these businesses that are used to polluting have to curb their emissions. That's a big deal. The HEAL Act passed this year. Rebecca Saldana in the 37th district. She's incredible. She was the only woman of color for a few years in the Senate. And she passed the HEAL Act, which is environmental justice bill that we've been trying to pass for several years. It's incredible. I'm very honored to tell you about my bill that I passed. I banned styrofoam for the state of Washington, no big deal. They call me the single-use plastics warrior because I banned plastic bags the year before. I'm passionate about zero waste. I'm passionate about the circular economy. I'm passionate about not leaving. I don't have children. I have nephews who I'm visiting right now. They're 7 and 5. Everything I do is for them. Ooh, I get emotional when I talk about them. And I don't want to leave them garbage. I don't want to leave them an earth filled with garbage. I don't want to leave them an earth that is uninhabitable. I don't want to leave them, the plastic gyres. There's 5 of them now. I don't want to leave them with that. And so I don't have kids, but many of y'all do, and I'm doing it for them. And I'm just going to go back to telling you how hard it is to be a woman of color in the Senate and walk in my shoes. It's exhausting. It's like pushing a mountain up a mountain. That's what it's like. And I do it. I stand in my truth. I stand in my power. And I have had a lot. I mean, if you just Google Mona Das, I called my colleagues racist a few years ago in the Senate, in the Democratic Party. And everybody was shocked. And then a year later, George Floyd happens and everyone realizes, oh yeah, we're all racist. It's bias. It's inherent bias. And so many of my colleagues have now apologized to me. Not all of them, but so let's see. I've talked about building the bench, the healthcare policy. One of the bills that's super under the radar, which I'm so excited about. Several of my friends worked on it very hard. We basically passed, and I don't know the bill number. It just was signed into law on Friday. The bill number just passed, and it is to establish healthcare for all in Washington state. It's huge, and nobody knew because it was a remote session, so we sort of like passed it under the radar. This bill is monumental change for the healthcare industry. We really did pass healthcare for all for Washington state. Shh. Oh wait, it's signed into law yesterday. Scream about it, it's amazing. So I wanted you all to know about that. I can look up the bill number as soon as I am done speaking and put it in the chat for y'all. I think that's everything I wanted to say. I want you all to know that these changes are for one reason and one reason only. It's because we elected people of color, BIPOC leaders with lived experience like mine, having gone through a foreclosure. I mean, no one's going to admit they went through a foreclosure. To have a legislator do that is, it's very unusual. And so what I did was I helped shape foreclosure policy so that nobody has to go through what I went through when I went through my foreclosure, which is, losing your dignity. So I just wanted everyone to know that I'm so proud of the work you're doing at Bastyr. I thank you for sending, great practitioners out in the world who are now my healthcare providers. So thank you very much to Bastyr for really highlighting, BIPOC leaders and creating new leaders. I'm going to put my email address in the chat when I'm done. Please reach out to me. I'm very accessible. And I'm available if you have questions. I'm available if you need me to speak at an event. I'm available if you need a little truth to leadership. And I'm available if you need a little motivation as well. Thank you for having me today, and good luck with the rest of your conference. And for the new students, I'm so grateful that you are going into this profession to heal our people. You're going to heal us so that we can heal the planet. So thank you for your great work.
Wow. Thank you for that motivational lecture today. I like that. I was definitely doing virtual snaps that entire time, and you are an inspiration. I really wish I saw more people like you in positions of power when I was growing up, and it really makes me smile to know you can be an inspiration for a whole new generation. So thank you again. Next up for Science and Community, we have Dr. Heather Price. So Dr. Heather Price is a climate scientist, climate justice activist, chemistry professor, and researcher. She earned her PhD in chemistry and conducted her postdoctoral research with the University of Washington Program on Climate Change. Her current National Science Foundation research project focuses on improving undergraduate STEM education through the integration of climate justice, equity, and civic engagement across the college curriculum. Dr. Heather is co-founder of talkclimate.org and on the strike team of Seattle 500 Women Scientists. She anchors the topics of this conference in the evidence and gives us memorable examples and metaphors to share with others. Welcome, Dr. Heather Price.
Oh, thank you so much. Hopefully you can see me now. And thank you, Jacqueline, and to the organizers for this conference. This is fantastic. I'm going to share, as Jacqueline said, some of the climate science and how the science connects to our communities. So my address here is global temperature data. And let me go back. The blue stripes at my shoulder are cold years, red or hot, from 1850 to 2018 at my knee. And the lives of young people, that's the red part of my dress. And my Twitter post, that shows the drastic rise in CO2 during my life from 326 parts per million when I was born to 415 when I posted this in 2019. Now, parts per million, ppm, that means that if you have a balloon with 1 million particles of air, when I was born, 326 of those particles in that balloon would have been CO2. Well, this past week, we've reached 420 parts per million for CO2 in the air. And during this the same time, so this is the same data as my dress. So if you are younger than 45, you've never lived on Earth during a colder than average year. And in fact, every year of my life, except for the one here circled in blue, has been hotter than the 20th century average. 19 of the 20 hottest years on record have occurred since 2000. And when we look at the impact on our community in Seattle, we can see the inequities of these heat waves. In Seattle, already, the number of days over 90 degrees Fahrenheit each year has more than doubled from 3 days historically to the last decade being 6 days per year. And that's since the records began. It's getting hot. And this heat exposure depends a lot on where you live in the city. Studies show that low income and historically redlined areas where Black, Indigenous, and other historically marginalized communities live are correlated with larger urban heat island effects. And you can see this in our own map with South Seattle. And all of this heating, it's coming from carbon that is emitted from burning coal, oil, methane, so-called natural gas, but also from animal agriculture, especially beef, and deforestation. Over 85% of the carbon emissions here in Washington are from burning and extracting fossil fuels in our transportation, buildings, and fossil fueled electricity. And the world, even with COVID, we've reached a new peak of 420 parts per million. That means that even with the lockdowns, carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere still went up. We did see a slight drop, 6%, in emissions of carbon dioxide during 2020. Right here, you can see it. But that's like a smoker who's smoking almost an entire pack of cigarettes, but leaves one behind unsmoked. They're still smoking a lot. And just like the smoker, polluters need to not just reduce emissions, they need to quit. This graph here shows almost 1 million years of carbon dioxide measured from ice cores. CO2 never went above about 300 parts per million through all of the past ice ages and warm periods. And look at where we are today. There's that 420. For more and more than an ice age change, right? You can see here's an ice age change. And then here we've done more than that just within the past couple of 100 years. And by the way, the safe level for CO2 is 350. We passed that back when I was in high school. So let's put this huge rise in CO2 into perspective with something that we Washingtonians all know, volcanoes. So I remember watching Mount St. Helens erupt from my front porch. I grew up in North Tacoma, and all of the carbon emissions from burning coal, oil, methane gas in our homes, in our buildings, factories, cars, ships, airplanes, deforestation, all of those emissions are equivalent to over 4,000 Mount St. Helens eruptions going off every year. That's over 10 eruptions worth of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases every day, all year long. And if you're if you are 30 years old, or if you're old enough to remember when Nirvana's song Smells Like Teen Spirit came out in 1990, consider this: more than half of all fossil fuel emissions of carbon have been pumped into the atmosphere since you were born. The other half of those fossil fuel emissions were emitted from the dawn of industrialization back in the 1700s until 1990. So we've been accelerating. 30% of the emissions have gone into the air since my teenager was born. And about a quarter of this fossil carbon dioxide has gone into the oceans and is causing ocean acidification, which harms shellfish and the people who depend on them for food and livelihood. Oyster farmers right here in our Salish Sea can no longer grow economically viable oysters naturally in Hood Canal. For more than 10 years now, they've had to grow the baby oysters in a building in Hawaii and then transport and plant them in the Salish Sea once their shells are thick enough to survive in the now corrosive waters. And fossil fuel climate change also harms people's health. A new study from Harvard shows that particulate matter air pollution called PM 2.5, specifically from burning fossil fuels, is responsible for 1 in 5 deaths worldwide and over 950 deaths every day in the United States. So PM 2.5, these particles are so tiny, 3% of the width of a human hair, and can travel deep into the alveoli of our lungs and pass into our bloodstream, affecting lung and heart health. And communities of color are especially impacted because of historic sacrifice zones where freeways and industry are built nearby. I still recall doing air quality studies near Houston and how the petroleum and chemical factories that were the source of the toxic pollution I was measuring were next to an elementary school in a predominantly Mexican-American community. This is an example of environmental racism, where polluting industries are built in communities with few resources to push back. And this PM 2.5, it's also one of the many air pollutants formed when gas is burned in our homes and our buildings. Children who live in homes with gas stoves have a 42% higher risk of asthma. And often, methane plants and pipelines are forced through neighborhoods and indigenous lands without permission. We're seeing this with the recent expansion of methane gas pipelines right here in our state, in Snohomish, with and also with a fracked gas methane plant in Tacoma. And a lot of scientists, myself included, used to think that methane was cleaner for climate. We now know, thanks to recent research, that methane, natural gas, is currently worse for climate than coal or oil. And here's why. So-called methane or natural gas is mostly methane. Looks like this as a molecule and is a super strong greenhouse gas. It's 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Here's carbon dioxide for the first 20 years. And then it's oxidized to CO2, which persists for centuries to thousands of years, continuing to heat our planet and acidify our oceans. And just like all gases, methane leaks. And any leak over about 3% means that methane gas is worse for climate than burning coal. And the latest research shows that leak rate is well over that 3% threshold. And don't be fooled by the latest push for us to use biogas or renewable natural gas, RNG. Methane is methane, no matter its source. And when methane is burned in our homes, it creates indoor air pollution similar to living with a smoker. Now, this first column here represents the known reserves of gas, methane gas, coal, and oil. And this doesn't even count what the fossil fuel industry is still searching for. The orange column heights here and here represent the carbon budget left for reaching 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, according to the science of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports. And we're already over 1 degree Celsius. You saw that in my dress, and people are already suffering. Every fraction of a degree rise makes a difference in terms of human suffering from death and fires, heat waves, hurricanes, flooding, insect-borne disease, refugees escaping drought and sea level rise. The science is clear. To minimize suffering, the world must stop looking for new fossil fuels. The industries need to leave half of the known reserves of methane gas, oil, and coal in the ground and make this transition to a decarbonized world with climate justice and equity. Now, there's many definitions of climate justice. I'm going to share just two: inter versus intra-generational climate justice. So intergenerational climate justice is illustrated by this photo of my children and their cousins with their great-grandma, and refers to the climate impacts of one generation's resource use on future generations who are not yet here and do not yet have a voice. Whereas intra-generational climate justice refers to the disproportionate impacts on people today already experiencing climate change. And this boulder here represents the climate impacts the person or a community is dealing with. And then those wedges, those are the various factors that affect a person or a community's ability to contend with or to adapt or mitigate the climate impacts. So the bigger those wedges, the harder it's going to be to deal with the climate impact. And because of historical oppression and colonization from rich countries and peoples, those most affected by intra-generational climate justice or injustice are people in the global South, communities of color, particularly Indigenous, Black, Latinx, living in rich countries. And those impacted by climate change are also the least responsible for causing it. The richest 0.54%, according to a Nature article, that's 42 million people, their lifestyle emissions from flying, driving, big homes, consumption are greater than the poorest half of the global population, which is 3.6 billion people. And a local example of intra-generational climate justice is smoke from climate exacerbated West Coast fires. The boulder in this case represents PM 2.5 air pollution, and a person or a community's ability to contend with it depends a lot on the many factors illustrated in the wedges. Too many of our neighbors and my students are dealing with very wide wedges of housing insecurity, unemployment. They may have healthcare, but maybe not the funds to afford asthma medications. For instance, I have a child whose Flovent inhaler cost us $250 last year. And there's many ways to shrink these wedges, such as from housing, jobs, affordable healthcare, mutual aid. In Seattle, a BIPOC-led community organization, Got Green, set up a trading space for air filters and box fans last year at the Station Coffee Shop and advertised it on Instagram. This mutual aid helps individuals and communities shrink some of their wedges and helps to adapt to climate impacts that are already here. Now, we need both individual and collective actions. For those who can afford to make the individual changes, like installing solar panels, getting an electric stove instead of gas, a heat pump instead of a gas range or a gas furnace, these will help ripple out and spur the change that's really needed. What's really needed is system change that benefits everyone. And everyone has a voice that can take civic action, like Mona was talking about, to push for system change, push for policies that amplify the voice of those who are on the front lines and end our reliance on fossil fuels. And I like to think about the cleaner, healthier, and more peaceful world as we electrify everything and fuel everything with zero carbon wind and solar. No one gets cancer from wind power. No one gets asthma from solar. And it's hard to imagine war fought over who controls the wind and the sun. So today, more than half of Americans are concerned or alarmed about global warming. But what's missing is that few people are talking about it. From today's talks and tomorrow, you're going to learn so much about climate and its impacts and how to address it, probably more than most people you know. Share what you know. Just like you don't need to be a doctor to tell someone to stop smoking around a baby, everyone can talk about climate. And the key is to connect over issues related to climate that you both care about. And for the young people out there, talk with your parents. Your parents really do care what you think. And research shows that children have a significant impact on their parents' views on climate change. And the most pronounced impact is on the views of conservative parents and the influence of daughters on their fathers. Now, climate touches everything, so it's easier than you think than you might think to strike up a climate conversation. For some ideas, please check out talkclimate.org. It's a community hub organized by climate scientists, mental and medical health professionals, artists, musicians, and activists. And we've put together information and tips on how to have productive, courageous, and empowering conversations about climate change. And it also includes recommendations for climate justice organizations like 350.org that's helping to put this conference on, where you can take action for climate justice in your community. And there's my email address. I teach at North Seattle College, so you're welcome to reach out if you have any other questions. And I'll also make my transcript available if people want to get more details about what I just talked about. Thanks.
Dr. Price, thank you so much for teaching us the unfortunate facts that we all really need to hear. And particularly, my mind was blown about the link between asthma and gas stoves and children. I'm definitely going to keep that clinical pearl moving forward as a clinician. And your passion for climate science is contagious, and I hope we all catch the passion to do something about this. So thank you for educating us on the impact and how this is affecting disproportionately on communities of color.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jacqueline.
So next we have a youth advocacy, Eliza Martini. So Eliza Martini is founder and host of the podcast, How to Save the Planet. And today she will be presenting on climate realities. Welcome, Eliza.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm gonna share my screen for some PowerPoint slides. Joe, okay, here we go. I'm so grateful to be here with you all, and thank you to the host and everyone who made this happen. Okay. Hi, my name is Eliza, and this is called the intersection between the climate crisis and you. So the first part is me, an introduction. So I'm a 13-year-old, and before last year, I didn't really see climate change as my problem until I took a climate reality project training last summer. And then after being educated about the threat and the urgency of climate change and really immersed in a community of leaders, I realized that I had to do something. So I made a podcast called How to Save the Planet to get young folks interested in jobs that are environmentally focused. And I interview people whose professions and whose passions has to do with climate change and the environment. And that podcast really kickstarted my climate activism, and I am so inspired by my interviewees. So what is your role in the climate crisis? So I've interviewed so many people whose unique professions and passions have to do with climate change. And from that, I learned that there are so many ways to make a difference. And whether you are a caregiver, you're a teacher, you're an advocate, you are a creator, we need you in this crisis. And our unique skills, backgrounds, and identities are all needed. And because of the magnitude of this crisis, we simply cannot ignore climate change, and we must take action to save our planet. So many adults don't see the true threat of climate change, and that can be very frustrating, and often feels like young folks bear the burden of this crisis alone. And whether they mean to or not, adults often put the pressure on young folks to clean up the mess. And phrases like, "You're doing great," or "Keep up the awesome work," can seem patronizing at times. So third part, climate justice. What is it and why does it matter? So people of color, low-income people, indigenous communities, and youth are a few of the most vulnerable populations affected by this climate crisis. Most often, the ones in charge are not the people who are affected by climate change. The ones who are affected are not represented in enough leadership positions. These inequities cause major health differences within those communities. So climate justice recognizes that climate change disproportionately affects communities differently, and that climate change is more than just an environmental issue. So climate justice incorporates social justice, economic justice, and equality into climate change. So last part, action. What can you do about the climate crisis, and how can you make a difference? So the first thing I think you can do is to go outside. I believe that being in and cherishing the environment that we are striving to protect is so amazing, and enjoy the natural beauties of Mother Nature. And many of my podcast interviewees, when I asked them what got them interested in their respective environmental places, they say being outside and being in nature when they were younger. And being in nature definitely helps me appreciate our environment and gives me a reason to keep protecting it and to keep caring for it. So the second thing that you can do is to learn about climate change. And I strongly believe in the power of education. And I took that climate change training and so inspired to take action. And here are some powerful climate learning resources. And we will be hearing from Jamie Margola and 2 plaintiffs from the Youth v. Gov lawsuit later in the youth panel. So that's super exciting. And these will be in Slack later, so don't worry about writing them down. And I think a third thing that you can do is to get involved. There's so many organizations throughout America and globally that are working towards a greener, more equitable future, even clubs and groups and campaigns too. And here's some great climate and environmental justice organizations. There's Climate Action Families, 0 Hour, Snake Rivers, Savers, the Pioneers, 350.org, Front and Center, the Climate Rally Project, and Kiss the Ground. These will also be in Canvas, so don't worry about writing these down. So takeaway. So everyone has a role to play in tackling this climate crisis. And if we want to heal our Earth, then we must all utilize our unique experiences, backgrounds, and skills. And we must recognize that climate change is more than just an environmental problem. That climate change is an equity, an economic, and a societal problem. We can all do something about it. We can learn about climate change, get involved, take civic action, and we can go outside. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Wow. I am so inspired by you, Eliza. You definitely are the future, and it feels real bright having young people like you paving the way. I absolutely loved your emphasis on the healing power of nature. And I really think that's the core truth that we all can share. And I'm so excited to see what you're going to do in this world. So thank you so much for presenting. That was absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So next we're going to take a little break, get up, maybe take Eliza's advice, go outside. And please try to come back at around 10 to 10:05, and we will continue on with this amazing conference. All righty, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice little break, and we will keep on going. So next up, we have a very exciting panel discussion on youth advocacy. So this panel will be facilitated by the lovely Eliza Martini and Dr. Heather Price. This panel of accomplished and knowledgeable young people will share their experience of being climate activists, how it has affected them for better or worse, and wisdom they've gained. Their parents are present as well to offer support and reflection, particularly related to health and family. Welcome, panelists.
Hi, so welcome to our youth activist panel. I'm Eliza, and I'm one of the moderators of this session with Dr. Heather Price. Heather is a climate scientist, climate justice activist, and chemistry professor in Seattle, Washington.
And hi, I'm Heather. I want to share a little bit about my co-moderator, Eliza. She's a Girl Scout and a climate reality leader, and she hosts a podcast called How to Save the Planet. And her parent is Carrie Martini.
And let's start by introducing our panelists. So Heather and I will introduce each panelist, and then we will go through a set of prepared questions to each panelist. And given our large size, we request that you keep answers to 1 to 2 minutes each, so that we have time at the end for questions from the audience. And please drop your questions in the chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. So our youth panelists include Nia Bryce, a 16-year-old climate activist with the Tomorrow Project, and a public speaker at Seattle Climate Strike and at the Youth Lobby Day in Olympia. Her parent is Sarah Veely.
Emma Cooper-Smith is a climate justice organizer, as well as a national organizer with the Sunrise Movement. And her parent joining her today is Lisa Erlinger.
We also have Ian Price, who's a climate activist and founder of this Seattle chapter of Fridays for Future, where he has been climate striking on Fridays since December of 2018. Who's also a speaker at the Seattle Climate Strike. His parent is Heather Price.
Adonis Williams is an artist, a speaker, and a climate activist with Climate Action Families and Plant for the Planet. Adonis is a plaintiff in both the Foster versus Washington Ecology and the Audrey Piper versus State of Washington court cases. His parent is Helena Piper.
Audrey Piper is a climate activist, a TED Talk speaker, and has testified before Congress on the climate crisis. Audrey is a plaintiff in the Foster versus Washington Ecology, Audrey Piper versus State of Washington, and the Juliana versus USA case, where 21 young people are suing the US government for a safe climate. His parent is also Helena Piper.
And Jamie Margolin is a co-founder and International Youth Climate Justice organizer of the International Youth Climate Justice Organization called 0 Hour, and she founded it when she was 15. She has given a TED Talk, has testified before Congress, and recently released, I've got a copy of it here, her first book called Youth to Power. Her parent is Mark Margolin. And we also want to share that Matt Remley and his children send their regrets that they couldn't join us today. They're sharing their voices and their drums and song in support of an event for missing and murdered Indigenous women today. And if you want to learn more about MMIW, please see the flyer that I'm going to drop in the chat, or you can find it in the meeting resources.
So our first question is for Jamie Margolin. I see that you are very active on social media with verified accounts on both Twitter and Instagram. How have you dealt with trolls, and have you seen any cyberbullying?
Oh, I've dealt with like so many trolls, a lot of cyberbullying, a lot of just, you name it, I've seen it. And honestly, the best way that I've dealt with it is just to, if there's something serious or there's something that needs addressing, then I will like, if it's like a safety concern, if it's like, okay, I think this person might know about me or where I live or something and could be put me in physically harm's way, then I'm like, okay, I need to take action. But if it's just people just leaving random anti-Semitic comments or homophobic comments or just being mean or weird or sexist, then I just like delete them. Sometimes I screenshot them because they're kind of funny, and then I just move on. That's really all you can do. If you just spend all your time rebutting every like negative comment or every like insult or every lie about you, then you're just gonna be there all day. So I just try to brush them off. And I get weird DMs too in my like weird men messaging me things. I just block them and move on. You can't focus on them.
Yeah. What are some of your tips to avoid burnout and protect your mental health?
Well, some of my tips to avoid burnout and protect my mental health is really to find other passions outside of what you're fighting for, and kind of not throw yourself 100% in where you have nothing else in your life but activism, where it's just like completely consumes you, because that was me for a while. And I find myself getting very unhappy and very resentful of the cause, because it was literally all that I existed in. It was 24/7. I lived, breathed, ate the cause. And it's very depressing to think about the climate crisis and the destruction of life on Earth 24/7 all the time. And so for my own sanity, when I just finished my final exams. I just finished my first year of college at NYU studying film and television, and finals are done yesterday. Yes. And I decided for my own sanity to go to film school and study nothing that has anything to do with climate change whatsoever, pursue a career that I like. People are like, oh, so you want to make climate documentaries? I'm like, no, I want to make movies and TV shows. They're like, so is it going to be about climate change? I'm like, mostly not, because I need an outlet in my life where there's something that isn't about this. And so I would encourage you, whether it's art. For me, I love film, and that's my artistic medium, and that's what I do. And I like to make things. Sure, I'm working on some stuff about climate change, but I also love to, just for my own sanity, to avoid burnout, just make art that makes me happy, that isn't like the world is ending. And I would encourage, if you guys have an art form that you like, whether it's film, whether you like to draw, whether you like to act or music, just have things in your life that are outside of the climate crisis, that are outside of the cause, so that you can just have a space to yourself. You don't have to be doing climate action 24/7 all the time. And that's what I thought I had to do for a long time, until I realized I'm allowed to be a human too.
Thank you so much for that. And I want to follow up on what you were saying with your dad, Mark. Mark, can you comment on how you've supported Jamie with these challenges and, you know, helping her to balance this?
Well, actually, we kind of didn't know she was going through so much. She was so busy, like for a few years, she was so busy working with Forming 0 Hour, talking with her 0 Hour colleagues all around the country. You know, it was, so we didn't know she was going through this. So I think one message for the parents out there is, you know, you might not always know what they're going through, because, you know, they were not, she was so busy doing what she had to do. Like she said, she had to be doing it 24/7. We never had that conversation. Like she never had Jamie. I knew she was doing it, and we supported her. Me and her and Jamie's mom, Janet, supported her, but we didn't know she was being, you know, mentally, emotionally drained by all that effort. So, I mean, like the thing we can do is, like you say, do distractions, do fun things. Like one of the other speakers that talked this morning talked about going outside. I think the young girl Eliza said to go outside, enjoy the beautiful outdoors. And Jamie will tell you that's one of the things that motivated her to be interested in, is just growing up in the Pacific Northwest. That's a big motivator for her. So, I mean, I guess my message is, as a parent, you really don't know sometimes, like, and that's probably why it's important to be part of a group like Climate Action Families or Plan for the Planet. What's good about that is they're, you know, prior to the COVID, people would meet, I don't know, every couple of weeks, or I remember how often we had the meetings once a month, and in a big setting, and people would share, and so you got to communicate, you got to be part of a group. I'm sure Jamie will say that too. But honestly, it is surprising to me to hear as a parent that Jamie was going through all this stress, because I didn't see it directly, other than, you know, she was working hard, and so I just thought she was doing fine. But I honestly probably was AWOL a little bit on that one. So, you know, that's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
Jamie, did you want to follow up at all on how you think your parents either did support you or adults in your life. Your dad talked a little bit about climate action families, how that.
I've always been a person that kind of, I mean, I'm an only child who grew up without a pet or a sibling or anything. So I've always kind of been very independent in the sense that no one ever pushed me to do anything. Like, it wasn't like my parents brought me into this work. It's just I started doing it and they're like, oh, okay, Jamie's doing this now. When I was like really into competitive rhythmic gymnastics, I just randomly picked something and got into it. And my parents were like, oh, I guess she's doing this now. And so I never like, I don't know, I always kind of drew a boundary between my work and like family life. And so I always just kind of threw myself into things and worked hard, and I never like said anything because honestly, at one point I didn't know that I was burnt out. I thought that like you're just always supposed to feel like that. And then I realized no. But I feel like, what was your original question? I kind of forgot what the prompt that you just asked me.
Oh, just how your parents or the adults
so the way that my parents support me is not by like, oh, my light turned off. Oh, well, the way my parents support me is often like, I mean, sometimes I forget to keep myself fed and alive. So my mom will always like bring me food and stuff like that. And my dad, sometimes I will, I'll just need to like binge watch TV and chill out. And my dad and I always have these shows that we watch together. And so he'll like, just spending time like cuddled on the couch watching a TV show, that's honestly really helpful. And, my dad often, we live on opposite sides of the country now, but I will be visiting in Seattle soon. But even from me being in New York and then being in Seattle, like he calls me to make sure I wake up in the morning and get on time for things, kind of texts me a reminder like, hey, you have this panel tomorrow, don't forget this. Do you want me to say no to these people for you? Like he kind of helps filter through. He jokes that he's my manager. He pretty much is, in the sense that he just kind of makes sure that I wake up on time to things and go to things. And he's like, don't forget to respond to this person. They want to hear from you. And I'm like, no, fine. Honestly, that's the way my parents support, is just kind of making sure I'm on time to things, making sure I'm fed, making sure I'm taken care of.
That sounds like a good way to go. Go ahead, Eliza. Thank you.
Yeah, so next we have Audrey Piper. So Audrey, as the elder activist, what are some challenges with being a youth activist? And do you have tips for the rest of us on how to balance your activism with schoolwork and now work and protecting your mental health?
Yeah, I like burnout is a constant problem as an activist, especially with climate change activism, because it's a problem that's so large, and oftentimes, as a youth, even though your words have impact emotionally for a lot of people and you can see some pretty cathartic reactions, that doesn't necessarily mean that like those words are going to turn into tangible, concrete actions. So it can get really frustrating feeling like you're working an uphill battle, not only against time. I think something I've definitely experienced is that one challenge is feeling so trapped by, like, if things don't get done right now, if we don't make this change right now, what is the rest of my life gonna look like? And I can't even fathom the disaster coming down the pipeline for me, and like it's, my world is falling apart. And I think that one thing that really helped me was coming to this point in that mental kind of struggle there of, well, I don't need to be worried about things getting done right now. I need to do everything that I can and trust that other people will follow my example. I need to put my energy as much as I can into my activism, but then also a healthy amount into my own life. And maybe, those two things can have some interplay, but like not getting so consumed up in this, like, everything's got to get done now, everything's got to get done here. It's not always every person's job to step up onto a national stage, is what I say. It's you don't, as an activist, as a youth activist, you aren't required to like stand up in front of Congress and testify. That's not a requirement for you. So that's kind of my initial take on some of my challenges and how that works. And then I guess tips would be similar to what other people have said already, of find something, what Jamie said, find something that you are passionate about, that gives you an outlet for your own personal life and makes you feel like you're moving forward personally. Because like, as admirable as it is to like launch yourself into the, you know, climate change as a whole and be like, yeah, or any social justice movement and be like, I'm doing all this work. If you pour too much energy into that, you'll feel like you're getting stuck behind. Maybe you're falling behind in school, or like whatever work it is getting harder to juggle those two things. And when that kind of happens, that's a warning to say like, hey, like you're not putting enough energy into yourself. And that's really important as well. And then the final tip is like, as you start to try and work that balance, remember that something that you can always think about is like, as I go forward into my career, how do I make my career, as specifically in regards to climate, how do I make my career as green or sustainable as possible? Like, for example, right now I'm a solar electrician. And I'm sure there are efficiencies, there are ways that I could be more efficient in my job that make it greener. It's like, sure, I'm putting solar on people's roofs, but you know, but like that's just like the basic there. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So next we have Adonis Williams. So what tips do you have for activists who want to use their art for activism?
I think something, there's a lot of pressure to make something that is like really, really impactful when you're making an art piece. Like, oh, I got to make this the most metaphoric thing that I can that speaks to all these different topics. And something important about art that I found is that it's very personal, and you can make something that speaks to a lot of people, but you are not required to try to reach out to everybody you can. You should make art that you feel speaks to you, and that art will speak to other people. At least that's something I found. I remember doing a piece, I was like just sitting on the couch, and I didn't make the piece with the intent of like, yes, this shall reach people and they shall think about this thing. And it was in regards to Black Lives Matter. It wasn't even connected with the climate crisis. But like, I got a lot of feedback on that. Like, wow, it's like a really powerful art piece. And just being able to recognize that not only do you not have to focus so much on making sure that the piece speaks to other people, but that people will see things in your piece that you didn't see yourself. That like, people will see whatever message they want to hear. And so don't concern yourself too much with feeding them a message, I guess would be sort of the condensed version of it.
Thank you for that, Adonis. I've got a question for your mom, for your and Audrey's mom, Helena. I really look up to Helena because she's raised both of you, and I have a young climate activist in my house. And so Helena, my question for you is, how did you support your sons in their activism as they grew up? And what advice do you have for parents like me and the others in the room here who want to support their activist children and protect their mental health too?
Thank you for that question. And thank you for all you're doing. I look up to you as well, Heather. So I think there's an aspect. I was listening to Mark when he said that he didn't, they didn't really realize Jamie was burned out. And I had a similar thing with Audrey and Adonis. Audrey started with a lot of his public activism, writing songs and using them as public comment and stuff. And he's got a beautiful way of putting things to words and connecting with people, of people connecting to what he says. And I thought it was empowering for him, and there became a lot of demand. Everyone loved his songs. People were like, oh, come sing here. Oh, there's this event here. And can you have a song about this? And in hindsight, looking back, what I realized was, him writing songs about this was part of his way of emotionally processing these really, really just kind of huge, terrifying, painful realities that we're dealing with in our world. And it was beautiful that he was able to use them in a new way, not new, but it's different than someone giving up and giving a speech. He went to City Hall and his public comments were his songs. And, that was empowering, but I think I should have created more of a protection around that the demand became so great from everyone that felt supportive. I thought it was supportive. I thought it was encouraging. But in hindsight, he pulled back from his music. It became something that was no longer a safe space for him to process those huge emotions and communicate them, but just another pressure where he's feeling, this demand and everyone's looking at it and everyone's asking for it. And so I think it's a balance because you want your children's voices to be empowered, and they have, powerful voices. They are going to be dealing with these problems. We should be listening and thinking about our plans, should be thinking about what is the next generation going to deal with, what is the next, and that should be the basis for our societal structure and our planning. But they're also, children, and recognizing where they're, like with his music, yeah, it's a powerful tool, but maybe it also needs to be something that he has a space where it can be for him as well. And there wasn't any space where it was just for him.
Thank you
So,
for that. Anything else?
Yeah, I think that having that reflection of, I think it's hard. I think communicating with your kid, because they don't always know, when something's too much or when they need space. And it's hard as a parent to know that too. So I think what Mark said about having community too, I think we didn't have any older activists that were dealing with the climate at the time, like Audrey was 12 and he was going to school on his own, like taking the bus. I had to work. I'm a single parent. And so he was doing all this on his own. And when you have kids that are like self-motivated too, like you're not pushing them to do this. Like I know Ian is like, I'm doing this climate strike, right? They're doing these things with their own motivation and you want to be supportive. And so, yeah, I think it's a balance. And so I would encourage parents, when you have kids that are driven like that, to kind of have that questioning process and help them have that questioning process of like, are you creating space for yourself? Do you have any time where you're free of that kind of pressure to do something or create something or, have an impact? Is there a space where, and both Jamie and Audrey have said that, where they're thinking about something else or thinking about something personal, and being mindful of like watching them and saying, are they creating that balance? Do I see them taking some time where they're, not just consumed by the problems in the world?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Helena.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next we have Nia Bryce. So what is the Tomorrow Project and how did you get involved?
Yeah, the Tomorrow Project is a youth-led nonprofit that was actually founded by Washington students, which is really cool. And they endeavor to educate young people about the environment so that they can cultivate a love for it and feel empowered to solve the environmental issues that we are facing. They do this through educational presentations and modules. At this time, I'm helping create the modules, which is something I really enjoy to do. And over the summer, I'll actually be transitioning into leadership role, which I'm really excited about. And I found out about them during the pandemic on Instagram. I was one of those people who definitely scrolled my way through this pandemic. And so when I found the opportunity, I went ahead and applied for it. And it's been great so far. I really love it.
That's awesome. Now we have Emma Cooper-Smith. So what is the Sunrise, or what has it been like to become a national organizer for the Sunrise Movement during a pandemic?
Yeah, so Sunrise is a nationwide youth-led intersectional movement fighting to stop the climate crisis and create millions of good jobs in the process through the Green New Deal. And I became an organizer with the Sunrise movement shortly before the pandemic. At my school, clubs are required, and so instead of sitting in the hallway, I went to the environmental interest group, and they would show videos of like the world and everything I've ever loved and everything I've ever cared about burning. And then they'd tell us to go pick up trash. And I felt like that wasn't enough. Like it hurt how helpless and powerless I felt when being showed those images and then being told that I could just go pick up trash. And one day they casually mentioned the Sunrise movement, and I Googled it and kind of accidentally got involved after getting a call. And I didn't really truly recognize the urgency and the gravity of the crises we face and the beauty and incredibleness of the solutions till I was leading. To answer your question though, some parts are really, really tough. Balancing school and organizing, taking care of my own health and mental health. There's so many Zoom meetings, and exactly what Jamie was saying, like this was my first year organizing, and my life is the Sunrise movement. Like I stopped playing guitar, I stopped boxing, I stopped doing all these things that I had loved before. And the movement is fun and personal to me. And now I'm trying to save humanity without losing my own. And that's really, really tough for me because it means so much to me. And it's also really amazing and rewarding. There's so much more momentum because every kid I've met feels the urgency more and like is watching the climate crisis, is watching the pandemic and is ready to act. And my responsibility as an organizer is just to plug people in. I don't have to convince people to care right now. People are ready. And that's really exciting. So it's complicated, but mostly it's awesomely powerful to organize with my peers right now for a just, livable future.
Thank you so much, Emma. And so I know Emma and her mom since Emma and Ian were really little. And I know Emma's mom, Lisa Erlinger, as an activist as well. And so I have a question for you, Lisa. What's it like being an adult activist and supporting your child in her activism at the same time?
Thanks, Heather. And well, my daughter is my daily inspiration. I'm having trouble speaking right now because no matter how many times I hear her talk about this, it brings tears to my eyes. And I became a political activist during our last national election because I felt an urgency that compelled me to take immediate action and to organize my friends to take immediate action. But I think those of us who have lived for more than a few decades, there is a complacency because every crisis humanity has encountered before has been averted. I mean, I remember calling my own parents when we invaded Iraq, afraid it was going to be World War III. I remember nuclear bomb drills, right? And yet this is not the same kind of crisis. And our youth see that, and they don't have some of the complacency that we have. So I have to continually be renewed by Emma's immediacy, by her. Heather once said to me, it's a form of gaslighting to not have this conversation at the forefront all the time, to ask our children to engage in other daily mundane activities when they can see that humanity itself is at risk in a way that we cannot appreciate. So I just recommit myself every day to walk in Emma's footsteps and to clear the path for her with the power I do have.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Yeah, Thank you. Now to Ian Price. How did you get involved with Fridays for Future?
This is a really interesting story, but I started striking with Fridays for Future, like, I think it was around 1 to 2 years ago. But I saw this video that Greta sent out. It was like one of her first. It was that it was a call to action, and it was really moving because I didn't really see the actual effects of climate change. I mean, there was like Earth Day and stuff where you would pick up trash, but you never really learned anything past that in schools. But just seeing like the actual causes and the effects of it just really moved me. So like that next Friday I went the next one I went out to strike. I called my friends to see if they wanted to come. None of them did, but I kept going and going and going, and eventually I think it was the 15th or something, there was this big strike at, I think it was Kyle Anderson or something. And there were like a lot of people, like hundreds, and it really was saying, hey, others actually care. And from then on, there was people striking with me like every Friday, and it was really fun just to be with people that cared and to see that they did. But it's a big problem, and it's like COVID has set us back a bit because there's this big pandemic and we can't just go out and strike and do all the things that we used to. We have to stay inside and like be safe. And I feel like that really was hard for me and some people.
Yeah, thank you. Now back to Jamie Margolin. How did you get comfortable putting yourself out there in the media, talking to reporters, being on social media, etc.? And did your parents push back or have any rules for your social media?
So I didn't get social media until I was like 14, and I didn't really start using it like properly, like a lot, till I was 15. I never posted anything that would make my parents like be like, what is this, you know? So there wasn't any rules or anything, and plus I guard all of my passwords myself, and like no one has them, and so it's almost like I kept, but it was never really a conversation. My parents weren't like, Jamie, I'm so disturbed by your social media, or like, I'm so scared about your social media. Like, I feel like I kind of just built a trust with them that they didn't have to worry that I was gonna like, I don't know, they didn't really worry about me. They kind of knew I had a common sense and could kind of navigate my way. I'm a very like independent and analytical person. So as far as I know, they didn't sit me down and give me any rules and stuff. And by the time that press and social media really started picking up, I was 16, 17. 17 was like when it really, really picked up, 17. And so at that point, it was like I feel like if I were like a little child doing this, there would definitely be more concern because it's more vulnerable for like children on the internet. But because I was like in my late teens, and I'm 19 now, like there weren't any rules because they didn't feel the need, like I didn't do anything to make them worried. And I don't know, I've always kind of been able to handle myself, and my parents, I mean, they can jump in if there's anything wrong, like that they have to say, but I feel like they've always just kind of had a confidence and trust in me, where it's not where they just kind of understand that I do my thing and I speak my truth, and they never really worried about that. I mean, sometimes, you know, they listen to an interview and be like, why'd you say that? Or you should have said this, or some like little things like that. But I mean, neither of them have had any experience with like press and media or anything like that. And I just kind of managed it myself, and I was always on top of it. And I never asked for help because I didn't feel like I needed it from them. They were just kind of there for me, and it was never really an issue. Like I said, my parents are very supportive and very like involved in my life, but in terms of my work, they also respect the boundaries that I set, where I just like will do my thing, and they trust that, you know, and I'll just send them like, hey, this article came out, and they'll be like, oh, cool. Or at some point I sometimes forget to send them, and they're just, I found this, and I'm like, oh yeah, I did that. Okay. And I don't know, you just build that trust.
Thank you for that, Jamie. I've got a follow-up question for your dad, Mark. So Mark, it sounds like Jamie wasn't on social media until she was 14. Was that a choice of yours and Janet? And then Did you follow, or do you follow Jamie's social media, or did you when she first went on at 14?
I was thinking you would ask me a question and you just did. So I'm thinking I should have a good answer for you. So let's see, actually we didn't give Jamie a cell phone until she was in her first year of high school. I think it was actually like, I think the second semester of her first year of high school, because we actually needed it to find her when we picked her up from school. Yeah. Like, because, you know, everyone, and then so she didn't even have a cell phone or any social media for, I think that was pretty late in the game for a lot of people. A lot of people her age, a lot of classmates had already cell phones at the time. Now, as far as giving her advice on media, we actually can't give her advice because we don't have any experience on that. So like, I don't know what it's like to be interviewed by somebody. But I do remember, like when she was first starting out with 0 Hour and they're first trying to get traction for planning the youth climate marches that they did in 2018. In early 2018, I remember there were some radio interviews, like Jamie and also one of her colleagues, Nadia Nazar, was interviewed, I think, on a British radio show. And I remember that was the first time we had heard anything. And that was so cool. Like, hey, listen, this is so great. And then I think Jamie went to some radio interview here in Seattle. It was in Bellevue somewhere. It started to get these little interviews, you know, to try to build up momentum for getting people to pay attention and attend this youth climate march and rally and lobby day that they did in Washington, D.C. in July of 2018. So, and then we, you know, I think we just saw that things were very professional. They, you know, they had some adult mentors that helped them out. There were a bunch of them that were, some of them were experienced from the Women's March, you know, that helped them out, I think, when they first started. And then they had press. So I think we saw that it was very professional, you know, and like Jamie was saying, well, sometimes we gave her like, why didn't you say this or say that? And then I realized you can't always think in the moment the best thing to say. So, and then Jamie's mentioned that, you know, she's pretty responsible. I mean, if she was doing crazy things, we would definitely have said something. But I think she's been careful and respectful. We trust her. I mean, you know, I think, and then, you know, she likes to get everyone else involved in her group because it's a whole team effort. So many people from her group were interviewed, and at the time of when they first started the 0 Hour marches, it was a whole big effort. And so. And then after the marches, then there were follow-on interviews, like from some networks of some sort. And so we, you know, she started doing those and then get invited to conferences and panels like this. And so, but I think she's never done anything that would make us not trust her. I mean, and she takes this very seriously. And we try to, as parents, guide her that you need to be humble too. That's very important. I think extremely important is that there's a lot of people that have been working in this movement for decades, probably centuries. And then, you know, they're just one of the, you know, they're kind of following the path. And then there are younger people, like I see Eliza there, she's going to take over. And also the young girl who's in charge of, who does the Sunrise Movement, I can't remember her name, but seems like she really understands what's going on. So anyways, like Jamie was saying, and I think Aji, that, you know, I think they've done what they think they need to do. And but you know, you can get burnt out pretty easily, and you can lose perspective. And I think all this is kind of new, because that's why we can't. When you say give advice to the media, like, well, I don't know, I've never been interviewed before, I don't know what to say, you know, because this is all new to us. Because most of us just live, you know, basic, normal, boring lives, and we don't get in, you know, media. I'll just add one little more comment here, and then I'll stop talking. So. The Spanish channel in Seattle, there's a guy, Jaime Mendez, I think, and he's like on the local Spanish news. So they did a story on Jamie once, and I remember he knocked on the door of the actual reporter, the guy we see on TV all the time, like there he was, right in the flesh. Like we said, what are you doing here? I'm here to interview Jamie. So these kind of funny things happen, right? So yeah, so I just want to give a shout out to everyone who's working here, all the young people, all the organizers. I think it's very motivating. I never know what I'm going to learn, so I'm glad I called into this conference. And Heather, I always learn from your presentations. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and there's a couple of other parents here, Sarah Veely and Carrie D. Martini. And you are parents of kind of new activists as well. And I would love to hear from you. We can start with Sarah. What's it like supporting your kids in their activism?
Thank you so much. Well, it's been wonderful learning from all the other parents here. So thank you to all the parents for sharing your experiences as well. As a mom, we want to be a mama bear and protect our kids. And the climate crisis is something we can't protect our kids from. And so I often struggle with that place of trying to step in and protect them, whether it's from kind of the largesse of the climate crisis, or if it's from, people on the internet who aren't kind. And we can't completely protect our kids from all that. So part of it has been the learning and the letting go, and also the honor and the respect for my daughter Nia, that she can manage this and that she is learning how to ask for help, whether it's from me, from other adults, from her peers, that she can identify the resources she needs to. And so I think this is probably something all parents go through in some way, is watching your kids grow up and really stepping into who they are and letting go. But in this kind of context, in this major way, I'm really feeling it. And I'm also really grateful for all the people who have gone before, and the people who are supporting her moving forward too.
Thank you so much. And Carrie?
Yeah, thank you to the organizers for the conference. And it just is really inspiring to hear from everyone so far. And as Sarah was saying, a lot of respect and gratitude to the parents who have spoken already. And I love the term elder youth. And that's a new term for me. And I'm going to continue to hold that close and have a lot of respect for, as has been said, those who have already come before us. And honestly, I see myself as his administrative assistant and email proofreader at this point, because her activism has mostly taken place during the pandemic. I feel honored to be walking alongside her. I recently took the climate reality training myself, so that I can be there to walk alongside her and be also an active participant and an ally in that way, so she knows she's not alone and a learner. And I hope to be a good listener as well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. So now we have Audrey Piper again. So what was it like to testify before Congress?
I think any government testimony is generally pretty intimidating. You've got like a big panel of essentially bigwigs. Even when you get to be an adult, like they're the people that make our laws, that decide our policies and stuff. So it's kind of a little bit daunting. But like beyond that, with sufficient preparation, it's not much different than giving a presentation at a conference like this. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it. That's my perspective on it, at least.
Yeah, thank you. And then back to Adonis Williams. What have you learned from being a part of all of these lawsuits?
That they take a disgusting amount of time, for one, that the law process is agonizingly bureaucratic, and it's also been a really engaging and fascinating and interesting experience learning about how all of that works. And there's this sense of power and just like this really good feeling of sitting in a courtroom and like watching somebody give a presentation to a judge, and then like being able to hear that voice heard, and then also a corresponding like borderline rage of nothing happening. Because I know that the Washington cases have been going on for either 6 years or over 6 years. Like that started so long ago, and it feels like so little has happened. But I think it's also been something that I've learned, at least, is that each step is that a step, and that even if it feels like not the end goal was achieved, progress was made, whether that be legislative or just sort of like media and people gaining a better understanding of avenues of approaching the climate crisis beyond like picketing. And that's been really cool.
Yeah, thank you. So Nia Bryce, what is the Youth Climate Lobby Day? And can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the Youth Climate Lobby Day was put on by Our Climate, which is an organization that empowers young people to advocate for climate policies. This Youth Lobby Day was very organized, and it allowed for young people to lobby for pro-climate initiatives. The demands that we had for our lawmakers looking back were to declare a climate emergency, improve our state's pollution limits to be up to date with the latest science, pass a transportation for all bill, and pass a clean fuel standard. Unfortunately, I didn't keep track of the results of this, but I think one thing went through, but I can't remember. It's a lot going on in the brain sometimes. And I got to meet with my elected officials and explain these demands and have quick conversations about how they plan to respond to the crisis at hand. I actually got to meet with Mona Das, which was an amazing experience. And yeah, I had a great time doing this, and it was a nice introduction to lobbying, which is something I would have never seen myself doing a year ago. So it's really cool to be pushed out there.
That's great. I remember seeing you speak. It was inspiring. Thank you for describing that. I've got a question for you, Emma. So can you talk a little bit about how climate justice is part of the Sunrise Movement?
Yeah, totally. So movements are about our lives and well-being. To me, this isn't about saving the planet or the polar bears, as awesome as both of these things are, because the planet, the physical planet itself, will be here. This is about us, everything and everyone we've ever loved. And those things aren't guaranteed to stick around if the climate crisis persists. And so that's what movements are for. That's what climate justice is. Climate justice is clean air and clean water, and it's a just, livable, and like thriving future. And so that's what we're fighting for. And yeah.
Thanks so much, Emma.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to say a big thank you to all the youth panelists. And now we're going to open it up to audience questions. And please type your questions for panelists in the chat. And again, I get to all of them. And if you have any questions for the youth panelists, or if any of the youth panelists and audience members would like to stick around a little bit later to continue the conversation during our lunch break, then we have a little bit of time after the end of this panel session to stay in the Zoom room.
And I see Helena, go ahead.
So I just had a reflection on just like when I was asked about the health and care of you know, my youth as an activist or my kids, and I think longevity is something just to think about, because when in the first 2, 3, 4 years that Audrey was an activist, he had a ton of energy, and it's now been, you know, he started at 12 and he's almost 21. And so though we do need, like, we need everything to change right now. We needed everything to change 50 years ago. I think that, you know, just that as a reflection, you know, that, yeah, maybe there are some times where you can pour everything in, but then recognizing when you might need to step back a little bit, and that we're a community, and hopefully when you do need to step back and take a break, that you recognize that there's other people that are going to be stepping up too, that they don't have to shoulder all that weight on them. It's not one person that's going to save the world, it's us together.
Thank you for that,
If
Helena.
that makes sense.
Yeah, that, you know, the adults need to step up too. And there's a question in the chat asking the youth, what do you think are the most impactful things that adults can do to support you? So whether that's someone in your family or at your school or at an organization. So if one of the youth want to take, or more than one.
I guess I can answer that. The first thing that came to mind was not something that, you know, a very limited selection of adults can do, but those who are in the legislative process have an immense amount of power in affecting our lives. It'd be great if they were on board. That'd be super cool and awesome. But on a more personal level and closer to our communities, just being there as rocks for us to lean on. Being there so that like we can have somebody to talk to and discuss, and if we need to, vent to. And then also like, yeah, that's the big thing. And then also just like giving space sometimes of just like, there is stuff where like we want to deal with it on our own and like process it on our own and not talk to somebody about it. And like, it's just something that we need to like sit down and like think about, and not putting a ton of pressure, be like, share what you're thinking, share what you're thinking, share what you're thinking. Just there's a balance between those two things.
Go ahead, Emma, and Audrey after Emma.
Yeah, so the big thing I'd say is this has to be an intergenerational movement for us to win. And so we need adults with us. I've so many times had adults say to me like, good job, keep up the nice work, you're the future, thanks for saving us. And I need you to be in this with me. Like, I need you to be doing the work too. Talk about the climate crisis with your friends. Talk about the Green New Deal with your friends. You can do something too. It's not just the youth in this room that have the power. It's all of us, and we all have to use it.
Okay, go ahead, Audrey.
Yeah, I agree with Emma in that adults need to be like when supporting youth, showing the appropriate amount of engagement, not just like, hey, good job, thanks, but like, you know, if you actually are taking serious words coming at you from youth, show some action. But also, I'm gonna double down on this idea of like, sometimes you got to remind youth to do fun things for themselves. And this doesn't just mean like those little time distractions or time wasting things that we do throughout our days just as kids or as youth, like whether that's, you know, in the pandemic times, engaging on social media or like whatever it is, but like finding something that fulfills us, that is fun. Like encourage fun things. Like, hey, is as counterintuitive as it might feel for the youth who are saying like, the planet is falling apart around me, how can I just like take a day off and relax? I need to do everything I can. Remind them that like the arc of this change is long, that working yourself to death is no way to create change. And jumping yourself headfirst into something, throwing yourself into a meat grinder without thinking about like, you know, how do I stay safe? It doesn't work, and you'll burn out faster than you can actually create any real change. So finding those things that allow you to keep that long-term work rather than burning yourself up. That's how I feel like adults can help support youth, making sure that youth aren't being too enthusiastic with their lack of foresight.
Yeah, my advice for adults and parents is just, there was this quote from Malala's father where people asked like, how did you raise such a wonderful daughter to do all this? And he said, simple, I didn't step on her neck. Like I didn't stop her. I feel like for me, everyone has a different personality. For me, I'm the kind of person where I would just do something and my parents, as long as it was reasonable and it was like something that they could see was beneficial, they'd just be like, okay, that's what Jamie's doing. And they would be supportive and they would ask questions, and like, they're not just like blindly following me into the abyss. They would ask questions. They want to make sure what I'm doing is right. But I'd say don't hold your children back, and and be supportive, but also respect boundaries. And I feel like my parents have done a really good job of that, where they're supportive, but they also like, you know, they're not like, give me all your passwords and give me all of this, and I need to see everything that you do before. Like, space is lovely, but also like, yeah, and also don't just be their parent too. Like watch Gilmore Girls on the couch with them, like my dad and I do. I know it's an interesting show. But anyway, the point is just watch shows with your children or go on walks with them, just do stuff with them. I do have to go now because I have some errands to run. I'm moving out of my dorm and I have to going back to Seattle so I can see some of you guys over the summer. Hit me up.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna go pack up and try to get my life together. But thank you so much, everyone. I left a thing in the chat that is pretty much just like a thick paragraph. I can copy and paste it and just like put it in there again because there's been a lot of messages sent since then. But essentially it has my email, my social media, and my website for the book, my book website, where you can just find everything, stay in touch, send me an email. Full disclosure, the jamie@thisiszerohour.org email is managed by my dad because he helps me with that. So you will hit up my dad, but then I will see it.
One of the ways parents can support.
One of the ways parents can support is help your children with their emails.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
I stay until the end of the panel, but I'm just saying, like, I can't stay for the rest of the conference, so I will stick around for 2 more seconds.
Thank you so much. Ian, do you want to speak?
Yeah. I feel like you guys touched on really good topics. I want to jump onto what Emma said. She was like, that they have to act, they have to like do stuff too. I want to say that yes, they do have to do that, and if they're continually like showing support, that is nice, but just not always just saying this, but actually doing actions too, because it's not just the youth actions that matter. People that are older can still go out and strike. They can still do all these things. And a really good example of this is Michael Foster or Rusty West. They do lots of work on like activism and all of that. And they support youth really well. And they still are like a big part, like the backbone, and they support us, and they're just really awesome people.
I second that.
Thank you very much, Ian. I appreciate your support, and we appreciate you, Ian, so much for stepping up and becoming our first Fridays for Future Washington State enthusiast, and it's incredible. Thank you and all the youth.
All right.
Thank you for your comments. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Rusty. And I think there's one more comment from Lisa, and then I think we'll have to wrap up our panel.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just wanted to mention the one thing that I see adults do that seems unhelpful, and one thing I've really tried to protect Emma from. Emma has a sort of indomitable social justice, environmental justice spirit. But I think about the model of grief where we need to know where we stand and we need to lean out rather than in. And when I see adults process their confusion or ambivalence or concerns about climate activism or methods of activism with Emma, I can really see her shrink. And I believe in if I think we've done one thing to support Emma, it's to say that you and your peers need to find your way with this. And when I'm worried that she's focusing on social disruption instead of speaking with her representative, I need to turn outward and process that with my adult peers and not question her at every turn. She needs to focus her energy on making the change as she sees it. And when I'm worried that nothing matters or that someone else will solve it, I need to turn outward and not burden the youth with my worries.
Thank you so much. And again, a huge thank you to all the youth panelists and their parents for coming this morning or afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. We so appreciate it, and yeah, so much gratitude to you all, and to the hosts of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Well, I hope we're all smiling. I'm smiling. That was so wonderful to listen to and feel inspired and just wow. One thing that really stuck out to me was, you know, so much wisdom of not pouring too much of yourself into the social justice causes. Keep your reserves, keep your joy. And because without that, we're not going to thrive. And part of a healthy ecosystem is having everything thrive, including us. And then another thing is, how can you make what you're already doing more green and sustainable? I think that's a question we can all ponder on. And we have that opportunity to do that now because it's lunchtime. I know it's early, but so we'll be taking a break from now until 11:30. So please come back in 11:25, 11:30, and we'll get started. So enjoy your break, and thank you again to all the panelists.
we're all back. We're slowly gathering back in. As we come back, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Van Arsdale. I'm an admissions advisor at Bastyr University. I'm also a board member for the Accountable Communities of Health. And I have worked hand in hand over the last 12 years with Communities of Color Coalition. So I'm kind of strongly embedded in this event. I would like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. And that includes Accountable Communities of Health, Bastyr University, Communities of Color Coalition, 350 Seattle, Washington Association of Naturopathic Physicians, and Naturopathic Alliance. And you've seen their logos rotating during breaks and things like that. I've been asked to briefly speak about Communities of Color Coalition and the Accountable Communities of Health. It's been an honor to be on the board of the Accountable Communities of Health for the last year and a half, as it's a convener or a hub, if you will, for various health agencies, from dental to vision to hospitals to clinics. And some of the things that they do, or one of the many things that they do, they seek to be a catalyst for change, bringing these organizations to the table to hear voices of communities, marginalized BIPOC communities that, as we've heard in presentations this morning, aren't often communicated and listened to. So they are working on being a catalyst for change and invest in shared resources and to elevate emerging issues and informed action, which I think is very significant, because you can run around doing something, but if it isn't something that's substantive and it addresses the issue, it's just busy work. And they work to build capacity in communities, this event being one of those efforts, as they were first to jump on the platform to build a website, to promote this event. And actually the media that we are using today is being monitored and teched by Accountable Communities of Health. So thank you so much for that. And their commitment is to fostering belonging and honor tribal sovereignty and being led by community. And it's so important. I think we heard it with our youth earlier. Don't patronize. If you're going to ask questions, like Senator Dawes said, make sure you want to hear the answers and you're going to act on those answers and that feedback. I also want to sing my praises to Communities of Color Coalition. I previously had a nonprofit of my own called Families of Color United in Service, where we worked on civic engagement. And we worked hand in hand for many years with Communities of Color Coalition in putting together the North Puget Sound Conference on Race, where we had speakers like Fania Davis, who is the sister of Angela Davis, and the Dr. Oh my goodness, she wrote White Fragility. So if you haven't read that, that's a great book to read. And I'm sure Jackie Julian will give you more information on that. Communities of Color is out of Snohomish County. They've done some incredible things along the line of health, community engagement, and community advocacy. And they were the first to respond by putting money forward when I reached out to them. So thank you, both ACH and Communities of Color. And I would like to turn it back over to Jacqueline.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for that discussion right then. For our next speaker, following up, we have Jackie Julian, who is the director of Communities of Color Coalition, which works to promote equity in many areas, including health justice, speaking on how climate is a racial justice issue. So welcome, Jackie.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to say that this is day one, right? Day one. My cup has been filled just listening to the youth, knowing that collectively we are making space, way, and opportunity for them to elevate their voice is inspiring. Daniel, thank you for the amazing introduction. In short, one, I just want to take us on a journey. I don't have a PowerPoint to share. I believe in creating authentic, organic conversation and dialogue, and I think that is one of the ways that collectively has brought us here. In short, my background includes one, lived experience, and I am here specifically because others have made way and opportunity. I think that it's my role and responsibility to do the same for our youth and our community as a whole. I too serve on the board of North Sound Accountable Community Health. My intention is always to center the needs of those that are most impacted. We have individuals that make policies that govern and rule us and that don't include us. When I say us, I'm specifically referring to folks that have been historically excluded, our Black, Indigenous, and peoples of color. Just to go off as this morning has one just been so amazingly filled. As we think about systems, knowing that structural racism is embedded in policy, procedures that again govern and oppress our communities. And so knowing that, like, what is this work? We all collectively, I want to say, for a Saturday, competing with the weather outside, the fact that you all have joined in with us is a commitment to the strength, right? And the celebrations we have ahead of us, because I do honestly feel that we are in a time that we have to acknowledge, one, our own incredible strength as we are lifting ourselves and centering our wellness, challenging a system that refuses to acknowledge and see our needs. One, I wanted to share that, you know, when I was asked for a bio, I kind of laughed because I was like, well, let me just see. So as I started gathering things, I was like, wow, like I've really done some amazing things. And sometimes I think we get so inundated with we're not doing enough. And, you know, folks don't understand that when they ask for something, that, you know, I have been doing some research and there's some consulting firms that get paid a really high penny for their advice, specifically for what they think. And I think that it's important that we prioritize those with lived experience and those are in the trenches as experts in this field. And so when we as individuals say that we are leading with community, we have to make room, right, for community. And as a survivor, as a thriver, I want to say that it's never my, I think that in this culture, we have gotten addicted to trauma porn. What does that mean? Trauma porn, if that is a new word, is something that we know these disparities exist. We know that being born Black and brown in this country, you're more likely to have poor health outcomes. Like that is a statistical fact. So that being said, like, what are we willing to do about it? Why is it that we have to continually, you know, we invite folks into spaces to share their story, but these things exist. So I'm hoping, right, in this time and space, we as individual leaders leverage our power, our ability to advocate and make way. In short, I think that I like to consider myself a junior elder, right? And I say that because I'm not there yet, although I recognize, and I'll just say that I am a mother of 4. So if you had an opportunity to visit my page, you will see that I have listed them. And I'm also a grandmother of an amazing young man named David Cortez. And a large part of my work is pushing this forward, right? How are we making way? As I give honor and respect to our elders that have joined us, I think one of the most powerful things that I think about in this process is my mom shared, she always shared one of her teachings was to always leave a place better than how I found it. And so I bring that with me to this conference and this space and our communities. I don't know, feel free, right? I love interaction. So feel free to chat where you're joining in from. I know that there's a lot of us out there. I specifically am joining in. I mean, if somebody can actually help me, maybe some folks from ACH, there is a link to identify tribal land from wherever you are. Somebody can drop that in if that's available. That would be awesome. I'm joining from the city of Edmonds, and so I give honor and respect to the lands and those that have paid homage before me. So thank you, Nika, for dropping that in there. I just take a pause. Oh, let me, one of the things I wanted to do is one, again, the youth, it has me so inspired. It's like I had something planned and prepared, and I was like, whoa, like these are some challenging conversations that our youth are having. And I think we don't give them enough credit that they can really lead the way. I think oftentimes we focus on these problems. I want to spend a large part of this time focusing on solutions. What are we individually doing? As an organization, C3, we are coming up on our first year of being operational. What does that mean? That means it was a little over about 2 years ago, I was in a room on a panel with a number of experts from various backgrounds. And when I say to list their credentials, it was very intimidating. And then there was me. And what I shared is a bit about my background, my history. I come from a lot of trauma. That being said, I have both two parents that battle with addictions and historical trauma that hasn't been addressed. And so that has bled into many things. I have a brother right now who's currently incarcerated. And I would say that it's a direct reflection of the school to prison pipeline. Being suspended in kindergarten is one of the indicators that someone is going to be incarcerated. And so these are the things that guide our work. Some of the things that we're involved with specifically, we're working with the Office of Homeless Youth. When we look at data across the state of Washington, we know that youth of color are disproportionately underserviced in our state. We know that they're not given adequate resources. There's not enough supports for them. So that's one of the things we're doing is we're advocating for policy change and shift for funding to put the funding in the hands of those with not only lived experience, but our Black and Brown communities. Oftentimes when we think about there being a public health crisis, I've been in education for over 25 years. That being said, one of the biggest crises I see is referrals and services to mental health. So we think about our BIPOC communities, not only are they not being misdiagnosed, there's not adequate services for them. So when we take these factors, this is the crisis and the climate of our communities. And so I want to thank Bastyr for reimagining, redesigning what this could look like. I hope that this is a great start to mending and healing our communities and their needs. I think Senator said something so powerful this morning about that we have more Black and Brown folks in legislation advocating that we passed, was it $59.2 million? That's a huge deal, and that the state of Washington, not only are we leading the way, folks are adopting the things that we create. So I want to share some other things that we are involved with in advocacy and legislation is a Treatment First. Treatment First is a program for legislation stating that we don't believe in incarceration and punishment for drug-involved offenses. We believe in treatment. When we understand root causes, when we connect these things to the historical trauma, the racialized trauma that our country has been founded on, we understand we have more work to do. We have a lot more work to do. Thank you for that. And I think that we, again, are in a pivotal place. And so as we are in this moment, I think as individuals, again, asking ourselves, how do we leverage our power? Am I helping or harming in this process? And be open to forging new paths. What does that look like, forging new paths? It's creating space. It's asking us in our individual, our personal lives, our dealings with our workforce. Am I helping or am I harming? And focusing on solutions. How are we having challenging conversations? How are we receiving feedback in this process? I think one of the things that's challenging a lot of things is our organization supports is communities. We're involved with, well, in short, our organization started about 17 years ago. About 2004, there was a cross burning in Arlington. And that led a group of volunteers to say, what's happening in our community, said this would happen. So it was a group of white students to a Black family's house that had moved in to Arlington. And we're still seeing these things. We're still seeing these as an organization we're supporting in the Marysville School District with recent events. I'll share all these in the Canvas page, so please refer back to there. One of the things we're doing is offering services free. We believe that things should be free to the community. That's the biggest barrier in people providing. We have some up and coming services for mental health. We believe in art therapy, as Eliza talked about, right? Art and creating the world. I like to imagine I'm sprinkling, right? Unicorn dust to everyone. But so those are also, I'll pin those, and we do ask white allies to refrain from registering, but we encourage you to share because those are spaces for Black and Brown folks, one, as we are leading way and repair to our communities. And we look forward to not only working with you all, but continuing this conversation. And Jacqueline, I'm just like inspired because again, like a year ago, I sat on a panel and I said, I don't know what the solution is. I'm one individual. And these things have been rooted in our systems forever. But I know that there's better ways because Westernized medicine has harmed and crippled my family. And I'm still unraveling, right, and unpacking those negative things. And so when we come in with, a natural path and we are actually humanizing individuals and saying like, I see you, I recognize you. And that's what you all are doing, right? This day and this time on a Saturday, because I don't know about where you're joining, but I know the sun is beaming out there. And that, right, stands true to our commitment and to labor this movement. And also, I'm always gonna say this, right? Let women lead. You heard that in the opening remarks. It was like one of the things you can do is let women lead, specifically women of color. And so I thank you all. And I'm just, again, a reminder, this is day one. And I'm like, whew, I'm pumped. I've been sending messages and telling people to join in because we're doing some transformational work. I'm in this space. And I look forward to connecting with you all, and I'll share some resources, specifically some resources for Black and Brown communities because they are under-resourced. There's a link that I'll share to find a counseling, and then also for those that need support, financial support. And I encourage you those to share that with your network. Thank you. Love, light, and gratitude. If there's any questions, please drop them in the chat. Happy to drop my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That was incredible. And thank you for your warm perspective on health justice and your approach to consulting on these extremely pertinent issues. And, our lived experiences as people of color are so important to hear. And we have to prioritize addressing historical and cultural trauma when we do share these stories. So thank you again for being so open and a bright light here with all of us. So thank you. Next up for community advocacy, we have Maria Batayola, who is the Environmental Justice Coordinator at El Centro de la Raza. Maria Batayola presents environmental, health and justice, Climate on the Ground, Health Impacts of Land and Airplane Emissions on Beacon Hill. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. I am really inspired by the young people and want to remember that a lot of us were young at one point, pushing the envelope. So I have a PowerPoint that I'm going to share with you, okay? Let's see, host disabled participant screen sharing.
Try again, Maria.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Nike. Can you see my PowerPoint? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me start at the beginning. Thank you for framing this as a health crisis. It's a health crisis in climate, and it's a climate crisis in health. And the way we started the work in at El Centro de la Raza in focusing on Beacon Hill in Seattle neighborhood is that we started as environmental justice, and it started morphing into health injustice and then climate justice. So I'm going to talk that through. Some background about El Centro de la Raza. El Centro de la Raza means the center for people of all races, and they provide services throughout Puget Sound. And the idea is to build the beloved community. The beloved community comes from Dr. Martin Luther King's book, Community versus Chaos. And that is through the unification of all racial and economic sectors, organizing, empowering, and defending the basic human rights of our most vulnerable and marginalized populations to bring critical consciousness, justice, dignity, and equity to all peoples of the world. We cannot say for United States residents. One of our 12 founding principles is to struggle for a clean and safe environment and the preservation of Mother Earth. At Beacon Hill Council, our focus is on advocating for a welcoming, diverse, and healthy neighborhood community. So I chair Beacon Hill Council, as well as have been with El Centro de la Raza since 2016 to keep this issue moving, this particular issue moving. So I have 6 parts to my presentation. The first one is the organizing journey itself, the multicultural and multilingual challenges we face. And I really want to talk through the tensions between environmental justice and neuroscience, and then talk about the multi-layered laws, because when we talk about changing systems, this structural, systemic, racial frame, we need to talk through what does that really mean? And then the dynamic tension with the immediacy of climate change. And we're gonna make an ask of what can you do to help us? So the organizing journey for the beloved community really is focused on our population. And I want to pause here just to make it clear what environmental justice is. So in the early 80s, it became apparent that people of color were much more severely impacted by environmental issues. So hence the understanding that the traditional environmental work is about nature, preserving and protecting nature. So air, water, trees, mountains, the environment. Once we recognize that people, particularly frontline communities, now we call it BIPOC communities with immigrants and refugees, once we recognize that these folks, us, are endangered species, so to speak, then we started saying, what is their environment? So that's the built habitat. So when we're talking about structural and systemic changes, we need to roll back how that habitat came about. So that's talks like laws, which is the policies, procedures, practices, protocols, programs that brought about that. So an example that is more popular now is the issue of redlining. And just to kind of trigger that this is about laws. And I really appreciated one of the young speakers who was saying about how slow it takes, how slow it is to change laws. But that is, we need to go back to the genesis of how this environment was brought about. So back to Beacon Hill. So Beacon Hill is 6 miles long, a mile to 2 miles across on its broadest area. It's on the south part of the city of Seattle, and it is part of the Southeast Vulnerable Communities. It's surrounded by vehicle pollution from roads. So I-5, 250,000 cars, I-90, 120,000 cars, Rainier and MLK, Martin Luther King Jr. And so with that, we also experience planes every 90 seconds from 70 to 90 decibels up in the North Beacon Hill. And then in other parts, it's 90 to about 180 seconds between 65 to 70 decibels. Now, we are right underneath the flight path, so we experience 70% of the landings that come in. The talk I'm going to do is going to focus on aircraft emissions because the land vehicles, there's a pathway for addressing the air pollution and noise pollution, which is basically electrification, what they call diet roads. There's a lot of initiatives, cars that have reduced emissions and so forth. So here's the environmental challenge, and the pollution is that, the population is that we have, when we started the project, the census showed 35,000, now it's kind of showing 32. We're waiting for what the 2020 census is going to show. Back then it was close to 80%, now it's 72% people of color, and we think it may be the displacement that's happening with gentrification. 44% are immigrants and refugees, and about 1 out of 3 don't speak English well. So these has implications for our outreach, for our community. This is the air pathways. So SeaTac is about down here. In departure, the airplanes tend to go in different places. But if you come into landing, because SeaTac is here, we experience 70% of the planes that fly. And a big part of this is in 2015, there was tremendous increase in the number of airplanes that were flying. And some of that is, a lot of that is because of the change in air traffic technology from land-based. Remember, they used to be the air control towers to GIS. And what that did is it allowed a phenomenon called zippering, when they can go one after another because you don't have to have as wide a space in between. And a phenomenon of stacking, where you can actually line up the airplanes a little bit closer. So I'm going to ask Nike to share with you a 2018 Earth Day Blue Sky Trail project that was done by our community science partner, Beacon Arts, excuse me. And let me just stop share. Go ahead, Nike.
You say? So I'm going to put, and they also want the ambient noise without them, but how can we get them when there's a plane every freaking minute? Right. So 10.
Thank you, Nike. I think when we talk about these issues, we really need to experience it. And if I was with you doing an in-class, I would say we'll pull out our phones, we'll download the app that measures noise. And then as you're listening to that tape, I would say when it's hit 70, you need to jack up your sound effects so that you know what 70 is. Decibels are not incremental, they're exponential. That makes a big difference. And also, the sound is like the smoking gun for the air pollution, because as you know, as airplanes come by, the airplanes are going to emit also the carbon and ultrafine particles. So I'm going to continue sharing. So that was a study done, and one of the things we did we had an EPA grant in 2017 and 2018 is we did the research in terms of what are the established air pollution health impacts. And you can read that, but I want to just impress on you, it's lungs, respiratory, heart. Noise spikes are stressful, so they trigger cortisol and it impacts the heart system. Mental health, earlier there was discussion about how people are able to keep their positive mental health. And we're not just talking about sleeplessness, because when sleep disturbance, you're not able to rest, your memory is impaired, and sometimes your emotional reactions are more difficult. At Beacon Hill, we have a lot of refugees from war-torn countries, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, we have Somali. It could stress, post-traumatic stress from war, general annoyance, and also it's been found lower math and reading scores for schools without noise insulation. Now, there's also a phenomena called ultrafine particles. They're considerably tinier, and the impact is on premature births. Now, one of the pieces that's important is the Duwamish, which is our neighbor. They're a Superfund site. There's about 7,000 people that live in that Georgetown clusters, Georgetown, South Park, and Allentown. They did a 98108 study that crossed over to Beacon Hill. And what they found was that the lives of the residents are 8 years shorter, that they received the highest score of 106 out of a possible 120 in terms of environmental indicators, and they rank poorly for most environmental health factors. Interestingly enough, this 2020 King County Public Health Aviation Impacts studied the area around the airport itself, which are the 6 cities. And what they found is really similar in terms of great percentage of infants being born prematurely or with low birth rate, higher hospitalization rates, and so forth. So it was like mirrors. And so this study kind of like gives us the mirror of what will be happening to our community if we don't all respond together. Just as a quick information, the health risk for preterm births is pretty significant in terms of sudden infant death syndromes, cognitive issues, visual hearing, behavioral issues, and so forth. So our journey, as I've said, goes from starting with the environmental justice and moving to health justice. In 2017, 2018, we did an education and empowerment community action plan, and we reached 467 people in 24 meetings in 6 languages. And we had, the following year, we asked the community, tell us what projects you want to do. As long as there's 5 of you, you don't have to be an established 501c3. Go ahead and tell us, because we wanted to know what the lived experience is. When we started these meetings, we had to do what is called a debriefing, a pre-test before the meeting, where we would just basically administer a survey that says, when you're in a different neighborhood, is the sound quieter, the same, noisier? Is the air quality better, the same, or worse? Just so people can kind of wake up out of the being used to this phenomena. And what we also learned was that psychologically, people love where they live. They love their families, they love their neighborhood, and they will not diss it. They will not put it down. And so there's this dynamic tension between how do I love my community and not put it down? Very interesting phenomena. The year after, 2019, we worked with Representative Adam Smith to introduce the Aviation Impacted Communities Bill. Beacon Hill, because it's far away from the airport, is not eligible for any noise mitigation. So we had to figure out a pathway for us to be reviewed by federal agencies, by FAA, so that we could be eligible for impacted communities noise mitigation. And I'm going to move to another slide, because I want to talk about the multicultural, multilingual challenges we faced because of the population we're working with. So we engaging the community. One of the things that was really important for us is to set goals on how many people we're going to reach so that we just don't tokenize them. And within that, we developed information, health practices information. We hired ethnic teams because El Centro has English, Spanish, but not Chinese. Chinese came in 2 languages, Mandarin and Cantonese, Somali, Tagalog and Vietnamese to be able to deal with different parts of our community. So out of that, we asked community, what do you want to do? And, you know, there was a lot of cynicism because it just felt like this is such a big issue to deal with, particularly with the airlines and the airport and the FAA. FAA is Federal Aviation Administration. So the 8 action items were building capacity, continuing to do education, changing air routes or giving noise relief, measuring the air and noise pollution, pursuing noise mitigation, planting more trees, promoting alternative transportation, and reducing noise from all levels. And as you well know, for those who work, of you who work in climate, City of Seattle has not been implementing the tree ordinance, so we're losing a lot of trees. And so for us, not only is it planting more trees, but actually saying, wait a minute, now we have to work hard with other coalition members to be able to deal with trees. Let's see, let me just do my time check. Oh, no problem. So I'm going to skip some of the cross-cultural competency and talk about the tension between neuroscience and EJ, because when you're trying to prove your case, one of the things is that the lived experience, as Jackie had talked about, is not always attended to because the science and the legislature are looking for statistical significance. And so this is an important piece to really deal with. And I have, 4 minutes remaining, so I'm just going to just keep moving through this. And we were dealing with structural 7 layers of government. And so at the federal level, you have to understand safety is defined as safety for airspace, not for residents. That needs to change. The definition of noise is standard for mitigation is 65 decibel, which is basically averaged and modeled. And ultrafine particles are not addressed. They're not regulated. So moms, children, this is an area that needs to be really given attention to. And what we learned is that the FAA approves airline routes, and then they have a service contract with the airports. So the airports cannot refuse to serve airlines as long as they have a capacity. Whatever increase is going to have to happen. At the state level, we did some really good things. The HEAL Act passed, which establishes environmental justice. And then the Port of Seattle is going to have the strategic sustainable airport master plan, which is going to be coming down in June. And this is where our work now moves to climate change. Because of the regional increase in population, there's a lot of increase in demands for flights, right? Passengers will increase from 47 to 66 million passengers in 2024. They're doubling international flights, tripling air cargo. And that means that flight operations are going to increase 35 to 40%. Climate 350 Aviation in Seattle has confirmed that the Port of Seattle said that their greenhouse gas emissions from fuels pumped at SeaTac is 6.5 tons, and King County International Airport greenhouse gas in 2017 is 1.3 tons. And what that means is when you triple that because of the radiative effect, you actually have a 42% contribution of aircraft emissions to the greenhouse gas emissions. What's important about this is that we advocated strongly to amend the King County strategic SCAP, Strategic Climate Action Plan, so that number one, they're measuring aircraft emissions. They're establishing a joint technical and community panel that's going to look at the way aircraft emissions are measured. And then secondarily, that we can convene stakeholders from the community, science, from climate, from airports to come together and figure out, recommend that, review the current strategies, because some of the strategies like cap and trade have been questioned, and then of course be able to recommend what is a baseline. So with that, I'm going to just wrap up to say that it isn't just Beacon Hill, it's over 250,000 people when you're talking about the communities around the airport. And it's 50% people of color and 28.8 immigrants and refugees. We have a environmental health and climate crisis that is coming about. So what am I asking of you as a community of health practitioners and activists? I'm saying establish that singular health screening question. When I helped co-found API Women and Family Safety Center, which is a human trafficking, domestic violence and sexual assault, I never imagined that there would be one question called, are you safe at home? That would open up that screening. Second, youth, some of us elders are not so good at social media. Please pick up our issue and make it known and be our ally. Walk with us. Thank you so much, everybody. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing. I think I made it.
Good job. Thank you so much. I've learned a lot about environmental medicine, environmental health, but I never learned about the impact of noise pollution, and especially its connection with heart disease, stress, premature births, and all of the other disease conditions you listed. And honestly, my jaw was like dropped to the floor. And especially the disproportionate effect it has on BIPOC and immigrant refugee communities. And I think that after this talk, I think I'll be able to better understand patients by recognizing these barriers to establishing a foundation to health and assess those determinants of health. So thank you so much for educating me on this topic and all of us here. That was wonderful. Next, we will take a break until 12:15, 12:20. So please get up, move your legs, get your blood flowing, and then come back and we'll have an amazing panel after that. Thank you again. All right, welcome back, everyone. For our next panel discussion, it will be on the topic of community advocacy. And our Jackie Julian will facilitate this panel, which includes Daryl Hilaire, a tribal statesman from the Lummi Nation and director of Children of the Setting Sun, Elise Rasmussen, an environmental justice consultant for the Department of Health's Climate and Health Group. Elise works with the Clean Energy Transformation Act Cumulative Impacts Tool to help communities gather evidence of climate impacts. And Maria Batayola from El Centro de la Raza, a featured speaker and environmental justice coordinator. Looking forward to hearing this panel.
Good afternoon again. I'm super excited, one, to be in virtual space with you all. One, community advocacy. One, I know, right, each of you, a number of ways throughout community and the good effort that you're doing. I wanted to hold space and give you an opportunity to, one, introduce yourselves, give us some information about your background, perhaps if there's something specifically you're working on that you would like to share with the community. And so no particular order, I'm happy to popcorn style. One, I think it's incredibly beautiful, as you know, we've been in this era of COVID and virtual world, we still find ways of, you know, navigating Zoom land. So appreciate and honor, respect you all joining us. And I would ask, Daryl, would you please start us off this afternoon? Thank you.
Yeah, now Siam, Nostalgia Siam, Satsam Sim Snap, Daryl Hilaire. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today, and thank you for inviting me today. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share the work of my people with all of you. Ashka.
Elise?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Elise Rasmussen, she, her. So currently, and Jackie, just to confirm, you just want us to share a little bit about our backgrounds, correct?
Yeah, please. And, you know,
Okay.
this is an opportunity, feel free, this is an opportunity for you to share like some of your work. And, you know, we're going to allow for an organic conversation to flow.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
Okay, awesome. So currently I work for the Washington State Department of Health on the climate and health team. Very new in that position, just started April 1st of this year. So very new, brand new position at the Department of Health. So that's currently where I'm at. And what I do is I'm the climate equity coordinator. And so I'm making sure that as the Department of Health is looking at how climate change is already affecting health and will continue to do that, that we center communities that are Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, low income communities, communities that are already overburdened by pollution, communities that are linguistically isolated, so on and so forth. And so that's really the work that I'm currently doing. Prior to this, I managed and led the Environmental Justice Task Force as the manager. That task force came up with 26 different recommendations for state government on how to embed environmental justice principles into state agency actions and decision-making. And I've been working a little bit with Maria and a little bit part-time with Front and Centered, an organization to help co-write the HEAL Act, which is a piece of legislation that just passed this session that takes some of those recommendations from the Environmental Justice Task Force and makes them into state law. And so a couple of the things that HEAL Act does is sets up a permanent environmental justice council so that there is a conduit between communities and government, so that government can no longer give communities the runaround and saying, that's not my jurisdiction, that's not my issue. Right now, there's a lack in state government, there's a gap, I should say, or an opportunity in state government for communities to really have their environmental justice issues and concerns heard and addressed appropriately. And so that's really the goal and the focus of that council. And another the council does a ton of different things, but some other things that the HEAL Act does is it mandates that 7 different agencies that are focused on natural resources and health and transportation embed environmental justice into their strategic plans. Think about equitable distribution when distributing resources and benefits and funds and grants. So really thinking about what does equity look like when we're talking about environmental benefits, and mandating that for what is called significant agency actions, things that are like big capital and transportation projects, policy and rulemaking that happens at an agency, and a few other things that before agencies take part in, implementing these capital projects or implementing these rules, that they first stop and say, how do these projects, policies, programs, how will they impact communities that are already overburdened by pollution? Let's stop, let's do an environmental justice assessment before we move forward. So those are just a few of the things that the HEAL Act does. But going back in time, just really quickly, the reason why I'm doing all of this, the reason why I got into this work was prior to my time in state government, prior to my educational background in getting a master's in public health and another master's in urban planning, I was a teacher. And I taught in communities in the Bay Area that were already overburdened by pollution, including in a school, the second school where I taught was adjacent, right next to a Superfund site in California's Bay Area. That was a historically Black neighborhood because of the legacy of redlining. That's where a naval shipyard was put. And that was all very intentional, and not to mention a whole host of other environmental justice issues in that community aside from the Superfund site. So I do this work for the kids, because what a better way to serve our youth than being good stewards of this land and this planet, and thinking about how, I mean, just listening to the youth panel this morning, thinking about how we can, what I heard loud and clear from every single one of them was, adults, stop saying good job and this is really great work, start doing something about it. And so this is what I'm trying to do. So I'll pass it on.
Awesome, thank you, super powerful. Thank you for sharing that background. Maria, please, as an opportunity, one of the things that I found incredibly just insightful, and I'm marinating, right? It's just so much information coming at us today. But so we have been, as a coalition, we work right with a number of not only individuals, but other agencies and organizations. We've had parents of color express concern as it relates to like autism. And so when we think about youth of color, autism and noise specifically, like my head is like ringing when you talk about the correlation of, the noise and the impacts on health. And so just thinking like, our youth, and not being able to, right, again, being misdiagnosed, like having like these issues, they're not being addressed. But one, I wanted you to expand, right? Feel free to share. I know 15 minutes, right? When they say we have 15 minutes to share, there's not that much time. So it's like, I have so much to share, but please take an opportunity to expand and or share some information, background about yourself, or what brings you to this work. Thank you.
Sure. I'm an immigrant. I was born and raised in the Philippines. I was 14 when my parents brought me here in 1969. So I was a junior. I finished my junior year, and they said I wasn't mature enough, so they put me back. So I went into kind of like crisis of confidence, and I had a hard time understanding what how racism played in. I mean, I came from a culture which was colonial, okay? So there's colorism. And also the hierarchy was based on ethnic cultural grouping. But I've never seen the coloration of, the Blacks being pushed down. And so, and of course, as an Asian, didn't realize that the role of being used as a wedge to say, hey, in a family, look, these kids are good. How about you guys? Why that kind of stuff that was really traumatic to me. And I didn't frame it as traumatic. I just thought it was adaptation issues. And so I was very lucky. When I was 15 or 16, I attended a conference put together by Filipino American National Historical Society. And it was the the first Filipino Far West convention that kicked off the Filipino American identity movement. So now I do a lot of merging of art, history, culture, because of the identity and community and belonging aspects of it, which is like the base of our confidence to push back on the larger scenarios of different issues. So I was also very lucky that I got involved in the founding of Community Coalition of Environmental Justice, which is our first EJ group back in 1993. And one of our first projects is stopping the burning of tissue at the Veterans Hospital, which was producing dioxins. Stuff that we would normally, oh, it's a health organization, they should be doing okay. Anyway, from that, I think, just really realizing our health is so intertwined with our mental health, with our community, with our environment, that I personally flip back and forth between, I did 30 years of equity leadership and cross-cultural competency training. I headed up King County and Metro, and then the merged King County and Metro internal, who had about 14,000 people. But it's really different because you're bounded by what the rules of the workplace are. When you're working outside in community, it's really different kinds of power dynamics that go on. So I'm just going to be quiet because I really want to hear a lot from Daryl and from Elise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm loving this, and just the intersectionality and the connections. Elise had talked about to what you're sharing now is the disconnect between communities and government, and so making sure like we're in sync. One, we know that language is a huge barrier, especially in communication. When we talk about needs and resources, everything's predominantly in English, and so we're not mindful of our surrounding communities. Daryl, I want to circle back to you because again, in short connection, and nobody's paying me to say this, right? But ACH is really a large part of accountable community health. Is the reason why I'm able to lead and advocate that we redistribute funds into communities of our BIPOC communities. And one of the things that connects us is legacy. We talk about that within our communities collectively. What do we want to be remembered for? And so in short, Daryl, I can never do but like you, incredible elder. And I have much love, respect, and gratitude. And one of the things I think of when you come to mind is how you are creating space and making way for our youth. And so if you would please share some of the background and the things that you all are doing. I think that media and communication it's powerful. It's I was having a conversation with my kids the other day. And I said, things that continued to be silent will always be ignored. And so we have to speak our truth. We have to stand in our power. We have to create change. So please, I'm enlightened, and thank you for joining us again.
Oh, well, thank you, and thank all of you. I really like these times together because it seems like science and policy meets compassion here, and we got to take note of that as we gather in this way. And I just want to share with the folks that today and almost every day, the guide for me is the story of the Tree of Peace of the Haudenosaunee people, the Iroquois Six Nations people, as taught to me by Elder Orrin Lyons, who's a good friend of mine. And the Tree of Peace has three guiding principles, which are we must seek unity, and we have to create equity so that we can make peace. And I use that in my work. I use that in my process for bringing my work together for my community and all communities. Speaking of legacy, I come from Children of the Setting Sun, which was formed by my great-grandfather for the purposes of educating, for the purposes of letting the newcomers know that we're still here, that we still have cultural values, we still have a way of life, we still have a responsibility to this land and this water that we live in. And so that's what he did. And from that time in 1900 to today, there have been many variations of Children of the Setting Sun, which was a dance group. It shared song and stories with people throughout the Pacific Northwest. And he even went to Washington, D.C. So, but when he passed, he left it to his son, Joe Hilaire, who passed it on to his nephews and nieces. And there were 6 versions of Children of the Setting Sun. And I'm really just picking that up, that responsibility today with our production company, creating stories and sharing stories with others so that we have a better understanding of one another. And I need to bring you to today. We have so many things that we are doing, but today we're working as a matter of priority, Salmon People, the Salmon People Project. And it started 4 years ago when we started making a film about the importance of salmon to us as Coast Salish people, and how salmon's central to every part of our life, at every table, at every ceremony, every household. It is recognized that the salmon is our most sacred ancestor. And we take that very seriously. And so I thought I'd unfold that for everybody in creating a movie about that. And then through the creation of this movie, I noticed up and down the Pacific coast, there were other tribes declaring themselves, announcing to the world that we're the salmon people. So I got a hold of them, the Yurok tribe down on the Klamath River in California, the Shuswap people up on the Fraser River, the headwaters of the Fraser, 260 miles east of Vancouver. The Nez Perce tribe, who are actively trying to remove dams from their river, the Columbia River with Yakima and Umatilla. And most recently, the Celilo Falls Village on the Columbia River, whose people have never left. Their treaties were signed, but these people never left their village, and they still identify as the salmon people, and they practice it to this very day. And so I put a Zoom gathering together, and it was as expected, even more, because the importance of salmon to our people is reflected in their spiritual practices, in their song and ceremony, and most importantly, how they share that knowledge with the young people. And the young people are being brought along with why salmon is important to us. When you think about that in our culture as salmon people, isn't for the accumulation of wealth. It's not for the purposes of keeping it all to ourselves. It's all in the spirit of the potlatch, which is the spirit of generosity, which is the spirit of gratitude, and for the purposes of teaching respect. So as I'm gathering these stories, I think this is our contribution to the greater whole. We've heard great science today about what needs to be done, but our offering is, well, that we need to change as people, and these values that we embrace, we want to share with everybody. It's the counter narrative to greed and selfishness and apathy. So in that, we're putting together another gathering at the Celilo Falls Village in August, and we bring the people together in person to share their stories, to bring together those things that are to be passed on to our young people. And we hope that through this work that the greater public will listen and maybe embrace some of the things that we practice. So many stories already shared. I'd like to share one of them with you. The Celilo Falls Village, they have a chief, and the chief is in charge of not only that village, but there are 42 villages up and down the Columbia River that are still recognized as places that we occupy for the purposes of fishing. And some tribes have been cut off from the salmon, notably the Colville tribe. And this chief, when he goes fishing, he catches that fish and he loads up his truck and he shares it with the Colville people. No monetary gain whatsoever, but to keep their culture alive, to keep the spirit of the potlatch alive. He does these things. So that's what we're trying to capture here. That's what we're trying to bring together in our thinking and our feeling, most importantly, that we need to learn how to be more grateful, and we need to be more generous with our time and our energy and our spirit, most importantly. The spirit of what we do needs to be captured in this work and all of our work and celebrated. It comes first. And then we have the conversations, and then we have the thought traffic begin after we take care of what we carry in our heart and the spirit of the work. So that's what I'm doing. Thank you, Mishka.
Thank you for sharing it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You touched on some things that I want to circle back on, like so taking like the teaching of the tree of peace, and then that is unity and equity to make peace. I think that one, right, as you all had an opportunity, I mentioned earlier, I'm a junior elder, so right, I'm seeking your advice and counsel. And one, I think you all have an experience to share when we talk about community advocacy and sustainability in this work. Because as a woman of color, I find that a lot of people that are leading this and laboring this movement, there's like the sense that it's a generational inheritance. So being born Black or brown, it's our right to pick up the fight and continue. So it's a baton. When we think about, right, we all as individuals inherit racism as a system that we're born into. What is our contribution to give back? But in that process, like taking those, anchoring those teachings of unity and equity and peace, what are some tools that you found as far as being sustainable? Because I find that the urgency and the need, being in community and knowing the needs of the community, I find one, it's incredibly taxing that we are screaming and demanding that our bodies are on fire and we're burning. And when we, again, that disconnect with, community and government, the counter is they're worried about the smoke when, right, bodies are being burned. And so this urgency within us, my question would be something that was spoken powerful by one of our youth leaders this morning was from Emma Cooper Smith. She said, I'm trying to save humanity without losing my own. What sustains you? What anchors you in this work? Because you all are doing incredible work, but how are you sustaining? And right, because you found things we have all had to identify and reconnect in ways we never imagined, being disconnected in COVID physically. But how are you finding connections in our current political climate? Right. Thank you.
Right. More than once from our elder Oren Lyons and then from our elders down at the Yurok Nation, they said, this is not a racial issue. Mother Earth is giving and giving, and soon Mother Earth can no longer give. So it's our responsibility to give back, all of us, and I heard some of those recommendations today, and I agree with that, but it's our own mindset of how can we give back and be very mindful of that, and in meditation, bring that to the forefront of our daily lives. And I've heard that so much that the unity is around the unity of, what we carry inside of us, and that needs to be more brought out, I guess, if you will. That's why we're doing this gathering, to gather the strength to carry on.
Elise, Maria, whether you want to.
Yeah, it's a good question. I realized as I was listening, there's several tools I use, just to be frank, because I burned out when I was in my 20s, and guess what? I went to Pissarro, who's the founder of Bastyr. He was my naturopath back then, and I learned I couldn't burn the candle 3 different ways. I still have problems sleeping because I worry about that stuff. But I think some basic tools I use is, we're in an addictive society, so I follow HALT. which is never being too hungry, never being too angry, never be too lonely, never being too tired. So that's like, I'm talking real basic stuff for self-care. Second is I keep touch with my faith. I preserve my family. I give priority of time to my family. And I feel sometimes I'm failing at it constantly, but I have to assert it because that's my core. You know, and my family isn't just my husband, it's just my kid, it's my extended family, because that's the way we're constructed. And of course, our different communities. It's important to exercise, because I know the cycle I do is I get incensed, I get angry. From the anger, I find what is sad and what I'm afraid of, and it's energy, and I need to get it out of my body so that I could be at peace, as Daryl was talking about, this larger, broader, and really being able to speak truth to power to the ones, to the capitalist, to the establishment that says we're expendable. They're going to sacrifice us for the good of greed, right? It's about money. It's about recovering from COVID and so forth. And last of all is I don't do conversations with people on deep issues. I always say, oh, you want to have coffee? Looks like it's going to take 40 minutes, even if they just want to know one little question. I kind of feel like they want the answer and then they run away with whatever they're thinking, and it's to be respected. So I no longer talk about those issues unless we can give it the time to. So, and I sing and I dance and I love doing flower decorations. Those are the things that give me joy, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. I love it. Do things that make you happy. Do more of those things.
Thank you, Daryl and Maria. I'm just learning so much from listening to you. I think one of the things that really helps me keep my own humanity is learning from elders and learning from youth. I think I'm kind of right in this middle area where I get the benefit of really learning from, like I said, I'm doing this work for the youth, and that's why I want to stay connected to them. And I have so much to learn from them. And then also I get the benefit of learning from elders who have been in this fight, been doing this work, have been connected to communities for so long, and have so much knowledge and wisdom to share, both about the issues, but also about how to keep your own humanity. And so I feel very grateful to be kind of where I'm at and able to learn from those around me. So that really helps. I think another thing is just my connection to nature. After this, I'm going to go for a bike ride, and I'm going to go enjoy the day. And then tomorrow, I'm going to go for a long walk out by the Puget Sound, and just trying to be outside as much to reconnect and to really just be in awe of all that nature has to offer. This morning, I was making breakfast, and I, in my CSA box that I got this week, I got, what are they, like red spring onions, and I had never had them before. And I was like, this is so cool that the earth makes these cool vegetables that I've never gotten to try before, and they're delicious, and like the earth provided that. And so just trying to find beauty in all of these small things that add up to the greater sum of like all that the earth has to offer. And that includes like the natural environment, but also the social environment. And I think it's obviously been, tough during COVID to connect with that social environment, but I'm really grateful for these spaces like this where we do get to connect. And it's awesome to hear the work that you're doing, Daryl, to connect folks in person now that it's starting to become safe again. That's really wonderful. And I'm looking forward to also getting connected back in person. And the last thing I would just share is that I just try to like read, cook, disconnect, unplug sometimes, because it's so I will just say, like, on the one hand, I'm so fortunate that I have a job that really truly is my passion. Like, how cool is that I actually got to get paid for the things that I want to do in the world, that I want to study, that I want to learn more about, things that I want to make a difference in. And also sometimes everything in moderation, right? So just having to unplug there, realizing how grateful I am to have the job that I have, and realizing that there's other things in life too. So taking that time, Maria, like you were saying, with family, with friends, to just remember, like, yes, the climate crisis is still going to be here. Yes, racism is still going to be here. And yes, we need to continue to work towards dismantling all of these supremacist structures. And also, in order to do that, it is a marathon and not a sprint. So I really appreciate that question.
Yeah, no, thank you all. As I'm marinated in, right, we're again a reminder that climate justice is more than clean air. And so if you saw when you shared bike ride, it was like my face lit up. That's one of the things that I have found connection, and in short, Maria, to Beacon Hill. I'll just give a little history. Like, I remember growing up as a little girl, going to Beacon Hill with my grandmother, to McPherson's fruit stand, to the Asian market for our foods. Like, that is a large part of my community, my upbringing. And in the pandemic, one of the ways I found community is an amazing thing, North Star Cycling, which started out of Estelitas, again, out of Beacon Hill, right next to the coffee station house on Beacon Hill. So it's a BIPOC organization anchored in radical social justice. So again, I just think it's amazing. I think, Daryl, you had shared, like, we know there's been an announcement about, it's safe to meet in person, and talking about mask, non-mask, getting vaccinated. What in your communities, and as we get ready to wrap up on time, what are some things you see that would be helpful for community to, one, be mindful? Because I know that, one, there's a lot of hesitations. And if anybody's doing event planning, right, planning in a virtual event and an in-person event simultaneously is a bit challenging. So what are some tips or tools you see us and moving forward as we collectively begin to, right, build and establish trust and get comfortable being in space with one another?
Pay attention to your young ones. Our young ones are not getting vaccinated. Our young ones are getting infected. Our young ones have the cavalier attitude in our community, and we've been trying really hard to educate the importance of being vaccinated, being safe, not congregating in the manner that the COVID would spread, so it's really been a challenge. We've been on top of it this whole time in our work, trying to help the community get PSAs out and, get the right message, out, so that we're together on this rather than continue to see our young people, getting infected. So that's been a real focus, I think, and it's something we've been asked to do in other communities to help out with, is really pay attention to our young people and listen to them.
Thank you for that, Elise. Maria, please feel free to chime in as we come up on time. One of the things we've been advocating and making way for is, having conversations about the vaccine hesitation and the historical trauma in medical in medicine, right? Was it relates to our BIPOC communities? That's very real and relevant, and important that we continue, like, to center, like, these harms that have harmed our communities. And so I look forward to, one, the incredible work you all are doing in the community and supporting. I think as you talk about, coalition, again, this is not sustainable for one individual, and knowing that we recognize that it is an issue, we find something we're passionate about, and we give, right, all of our love, all of our attention, our passion to that area, to correct the system, to make better and healthier communities. Any last words from any of our amazing panelists?
I have, I don't know if it's a last word from anybody, but one of the things I really want to underscore is the COVID safe practices has allowed us to learn that we can conduct business in a different way, that we can reclaim our transportation time back, that we can do business. And yes, we need to be face-to-face for important emotional, social, political gatherings, but it's also reduced the air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to really push forth in a policy level on how these kinds of, I guess for lack of a better term, offsite work that can function. From an HR perspective, the issue used to be a lot of how do we track work? How do we know people are being effective? Well, we know they're effective. There's many ways to do it. And also just the integration of more of family. And I realize the young ones really miss the play, the structure, the excitement of school. So there's got to be a balance and not just a return to the old, right? Return to be better, return to be, because the COVID response in terms of recovery shouldn't just be for COVID, recover to the back of the line. It needs to be for environmental justice, for health injustice, and for climate justice. I mean, it's a one-time opportunity for us to really take advantage of.
The last thing I'll just say, building off of that really quickly, is that, you know, COVID has really shown us what our priorities really need to be, and also really brought to bear the things that we already knew were systemic inequalities. Those of us who are in this work who have been doing this really brought it out to light, right? And so just being kind of what you were saying, Maria, of like, let's not go back to where we were, right? Let's take what we've learned and go forward, and not try to sweep these problems that we know are existing under the rug. That's not going to help. That's only going to hurt. And so I think as we continue and as the economy opens back up, as capitalism starts back up, right, that we not get distracted, that we continue on this journey towards peace, towards justice, towards equity, because the veil is now gone from our eyes. We can't unsee it anymore. So now if we go back to the way things were, we don't have an excuse anymore. So that's kind of what I'm taking, is like, let's really think about what our priorities are now and get on the same page together in community.
Daryl.
Well, I just want to share with the folks that I'm leaving here and I'm going to this island. It's called Portage Island. You can get there by boat, but when the tide is out, you can walk across to the island. It was where my mother was born, and my grandmother and my great-grandmother. So I'm going over there to think about and reflect on this time together. This time together strengthens my resolve for the work, and I want to thank all of you for that. Those that are in the audience, my fellow panelists. We need to continue to gather ourselves to build strength for the work ahead, individually, but collectively, we're together. So, Aishka, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. And as we leave, one is in an honor to be moderating this panel portion of our conference. I want to say that, moving forward, some of the things that I hear is building that relational capital. And so not going back to normal, investing in one another. And I heard something incredibly powerful recently from a dear friend of mine. She said that if you feel me, I feel you, and therefore we'll never be empty. And so I hope that we lead with love, and thank you all.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Elise and Maria. This has just been incredible. And I'm tasked with the job of summarizing the day. Now that seems like it'd take a whole other 4 hours, but I'm just so moved by what I heard today. And I want to thank all the contributors, and I really want to name them individually: Senator Mona Das, Dr. Heather Price, Eliza Martini, are the incredible youth advocacy panel members, Audrey Piper, Adonis Piper, Jamie Margolin, Ian Price, Emma Cooper-Smith, Heather Price, Nia Bryce, Sarah Veal, Mark Margolin, Helena Piper, Elisa Erlinger, and Carrie D. Martini. Thank you so much. Today, summarizing that, Elise, yes, I mentioned Elise and Daryl, but I'd also like to thank the sponsors. It reminded me of kind of a social game of Tetris where we reached out for a couple of people and then all the pieces of the puzzle started coming together exponentially. But Accountable Communities of Health, Bastyr University, Communities of Color Coalition, 350 Seattle, Washington Association of Naturopathic Physicians and Naturopathic Alliance. Thank you ever so much. I also wanted to give a quick shout out as people in the chat. We have folks, and anyone else can speak up as well, but we had folks from California, Illinois, Iowa, and Tennessee at this conference. So it's just incredible. One of the things I want to summarize is having voices at the table that are historically marginalized is powerful. As Senator Doss said, people in politics with different backgrounds get different results. I would like to expand that to conversations that you have with a wider variety. And this answers that question, why DEI? Why diversity, equity, and inclusion? When you get a wider circle of feedback, you get a wider understanding of issues or an issue in particular, climate and health and climate change. And another thing I'd like to touch on is something else Senator Doss said that reminded me of an artist by the name of India Arie, where she talks about the need for feminine energy. And it's beyond our time in history to honor this and to let women of color lead the way. We see shifts that have happened from, say, Stacey Abrams and her mobilization to get people to the table. Some of our lawmakers currently in Washington, D.C. and Washington State. Another key point that Senator Doss talked about that I think really kind of set the stage for it today, and I heard it in so many ways, was when historically marginalized communities are asked to share their experience, the dominant culture needs to listen. Because as youth, the youth panel, that patronizing approach, well, good job, and the status quo maintains itself. There's got to be a shift in that listening and walking with. And oftentimes communities of color may not explain it in a Eurocentric acceptable fashion, but that's when you have to meet more than halfway sometimes. What is this new cultural way of speaking that I may need to learn to better understand a new way? And bringing voice and speaking up for marginalized communities is and can be emotionally exhausting. I think Jackie related to, was it trauma porn or something along that line, where you're bearing your soul and nothing changes. And it just feels like a polite, oh, you know, that's awful, you know, tisk tisk, and things continue. So there are real issues that I think that our youth panel also expressed, the exhaustion in their efforts to be heard, and they are our future. We also have to kind of keep our conversation centered in communities of color, because ideas can so often be co-opted by dominant culture, either intentionally or unintentionally, and that is where it may not feel comfortable having a community of color lead, but if you want to seek change, you have to do something different. And I think that comes back to what Senator Doss said about people in politics with different backgrounds get different results. I want to thank you all for being here today. There hasn't been much drop off, as I kind of did cursory count from time to time. And I think that honoring relationship with BIPOC communities, collaborative efforts to move communities, organizations that serve communities forward, and especially in this divisive time is important. We spoke I heard speaking on science, facts, and truth-telling in action, what we can do with this information today and with this new language. Daryl Hilaire saying science and policy meets compassion. This is that moment. And do we have it as just a moment, or do we gain momentum to make a movement? Throughout the day, I've seen information and resource sharing. This is important in moving things forward. As we inform, we may come with the general idea, but as we polish and rub up against other ideas, it becomes that fine diamond of possibility. And I think that that is something that we need to embrace and walk with and hold from this day and tomorrow. Also, now the matter of business, if you'd like to see more community collaborative events like this, if we want to move this forward, we ask 3 things today. Please give your feedback in the post survey so we can get a good idea of what you liked, what you felt could have been done differently, what you'd like to see. And I think we can provide that in the chat too for your convenience, if that's possible. And we also ask, if you've liked what you've heard, please feel free to contribute $5 or $10, which will help alleviate the financial burden on community-based organizations. Sometimes, once again, we ask community-based organizations to do the heavy lifting to get the word out. And, once again, it could be polite pause and people go on, and it becomes that moment, that stagnant moment in time. And please, please flex your civic engagement muscles by being an ally. That means by learning more, an advocate, showing up in supportive events. I heard some response to the young man that was at Cal Anderson Park, and some people responding to that. And be a disruptor. Identify and disrupt the status quo whenever you see that. And I think these things will help us all create, reinforce, and provide information that makes an impact. So as we close today, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as contributors address food sovereignty and nutrition, nutrition and equity, climate and nutrition, climate change and health modeling, mental health and family systems, climate, mental health, and emotional resilience. Until then, we hope you have a great rest of your day. And if anyone has anything they'd like to add, I step back.